How's it going, Kirk? Think I'm almost ready to get started. So let's switch it over now. So that should be visual, and sound should be syncing up now. Great. Well, that's good that you're doing well, Kirk. So I think we had some outstanding stream questions from last time. So I had been asked in general who the voice actor was for Adult Christian. And the answer to that question is that he is Bryce Papenbrook. We didn't play through as Lest in Rune Factory Special, but people might know him as Silver the Hedgehog in the Sonic 06 game, and also in A roles where Silver obviously showed up again later. And it looks like Ping was asking it for Star Ocean for the character named Edge. His name was Matthew Mercer, and he was the voice actor that did Leon in the Rune Factory Special. And Adel's letting us know it's good to go. So now that that's out of the way, I want to take one more look. I had a question from last time. Oh yeah, that's right, we unlocked the speed upgrade. And now I've totally forgot where the priestess is, / the nun. Because I was trying to figure out what her outfit actually was, and that had been bothering me. So now I must know. So where is she hiding? Okay, I want to get a better look at her outfit. Obviously not the leg torn part, but just like the upper portion. Unfortunately, okay, if I talk to her, it'll get a good camera angle. I couldn't tell if she had like a shirt / tunic on over her dress, because it almost looked like she was wearing a two-parter. I was thrown off by the tunic, and the word I think I was trying to think of last time to describe it was I thought she might have been wearing a cowl, but that appears to not be the case. So she seems to have also taken her veil off as well. So I guess she's moving further away from religion as time goes on. Sorry, one moment. Okay, sorry about that, I'm back. So, yeah, the other term I was trying to think of yesterday was the religious habit. I was trying to think of what you would call what a nun wears. That had also been bothering me. But anyway, we now have super speed due to, I guess, our raids and our sub-stories just kind of all coming together. So last where we left off, we were all the way up here in the plains. We briefly switched to Donna, where she planted a tree that will allow us to make further progress. But what I wanted to do before we progress with the plot is that we did one additional thing, and we could see on the quest indicator in the bottom right here. We did something with the waterway. She seemed to have some kind of vision that we were looking at, I think, a waterfall, and she clicked it. She clicked something. She basically put it together, she fixed it, but I'm not sure what that actually did. So what I want to try to do is work backwards from this save point to go see why we suddenly have a new point of interest here. So it looks like it's a little bit around the corner. Oh wow, that movement speed is silly, chat. Okay, so I think we're seeing the effect of it. Alright, so they're saying they don't recall the waterfall being here before. And so something Donna did cause the waterfall to occur. So I could see a silver chest here. So I guess we'll try to interact with it. Oh no, as we get machine gunned by this plant. Let's deal with this plant. Oh no, there's multiples of them near me. That's not good. Okay, so we swiftly dispatch those two. Now the question I have... They're telling me something's there. Are they just maybe they're just referring to the plants here with the tomatoes. But I'm taking a look at the water to see if we unlocked a new fishing spot, but I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Well, there's also a treasure chest we could go collect, so we're gonna make our way towards that. Black bracelet attained. Okay, let's see what that does, chat. Oh, maybe it counts as an arm item. I keep forgetting. So it adds 29 defense, which is pretty high, but also adds darkness, so it's just straight up an upgrade over the dark gloves. Well, I think we should probably just give it to Hummel for now, because that is just a better upgrade for him, and maybe it'll make him a bit more useful. Well, I don't see anything else we can really fish in here, unfortunately. So according to the mini-map, we have now harvested all 18 points, all treasure chests are attained, and nothing else we could do. I still don't think we could do anything at the Sunrise Beach, unfortunately. But I'm just taking a look anywhere else. So we still only have 16 people, so I think we need to just progress with the plot. Indeed, we're running around at the speed of sound. Good one, Kirk. I was gonna say, any minute now, Adol's gonna start screaming, "It's no use." It'll be terrible.
You know, the way this tree is shaped, it's almost like it's guiding us.
Does this mean Donna's prayers were answered?
I don't know, but I'm glad this worked out.
Hope they were like blipped out of existence when I rotated the camera too much. Like she's there and now she isn't. So I forget what Donna called it last time. Did she call it the wishing tree or the guiding tree? Either way, it sounded very similar to what Sahad just called it. So now we are in the ruins of Eternia. Again, maybe we can get an idea of why this place eventually was abandoned?
This place is messed up.
These buildings are enormous. What could they have been used for?
I like that she said that, and I'm just looking at like the bleach white walls from presumably the sun. I just like how that looked when we first came in. Like, okay. Well, we kind of know our way around here, because we've been here before as Donna. Except this time it looks like... Oh, what a tease! I was gonna say, it looks like we can go get treasure beyond the door that was locked, because if you remember, when we were playing as Donna, we did not have the key to access this place, and unfortunately, it is still locked. So maybe we'll see if Donna will end up leaving a key for us later. I mean, that would be kind of interesting. Oh, that reminds me to take a look at the different water sources to see if there's fish there. Unlikely, but we'll still check.
I could tell as we got closer to these ruins that this place is bigger than I thought.
Indeed. It would be no exaggeration to call this a city.
I've never seen anything like this before. Buildings are so tall up close. Luxia, is where you live even more amazing than this place?
I wonder. I'm hard-pressed to recall a single building in Arisia as magnificent as these. How could ruins this ancient be so architecturally advanced?
You think my father's here?
It's certainly possible.
Really?
Yes. As an explorer, I doubt he would pass on the opportunity these ruins present.
Well, I think the only right choice we have here is to say, let's start looking for her father. The ruins are not going anywhere, to our knowledge.
Yeah.
Many thanks, Adol.
Let's search the city and see what we find.
Look, Adol! A wide open area!
Is this where the market used to be?
Oh?
Oh no, we accidentally hit a cutscene while listening to other vocals. My bad, chat. Hopefully that gets recorded for us to view later. Okay, chat, so I have... Oh no, it's still continuing. Okay. So, I guess the question we should be asking is if the man we just saw is Thanatos, how did he get here? We literally needed a magic tree to grow to reach this area. So the game wants us to go that way. Oh, that railroading. Oh, the new form of invisible barrier. I was gonna say the plot wants us to go this way, but I'm gonna go that way, and the game said no. Okay, game, fine. We'll humor you briefly. Why is he running from us? So they're just... Lexia's just asking for caution. And we are absolutely not allowed to deviate from the chosen path. And he did run from us, which is weird. If it turns out to be Thanatos, that's also really weird that he's still running from us, because he definitely spotted us, as Lexia pointed out. Now they're saying the building over there doesn't look like it was destroyed by natural weathering. Or are they going to look at the giant essence structure? Is that what she's talking about? She says it almost looks like it was caught in a powerful impact. So they're saying the buildings look blown apart. They wonder what happened here. So some kind of explosion? I don't think it's like a meteor that struck, as an example, because we are not finding a crater. But again, if the giant essence reactor overloaded and nuked part of the city, I mean... That's kind of where I thought it could be going. It's possible an extremely large primordial did it, but I'm going to rate that as a much lower odd. Chad, I would like to say this is just nonsense. We have the speed up, and he's outrunning us. I don't appreciate this. He's cheating. Well, apparently it's checkmate according to our friends, because they say there's nowhere left for him to run.
Yeah,
Okay!
let's go.
So we come across another door we can't open by force. There, I think, is the giant structure. I mean, I guess we could take a look at how close the damaged buildings are in proximity. Because, like, see, these buildings over here look fine, but the ones that are closer to this tower look destroyed. So we'll keep that in mind. Well, anyway, the game will not let us go anywhere else, so we're just going to continue going forward here. Okay, so they're saying it seems to be a dwelling, but they don't see anybody. They say it can't be right, we just saw somebody come in here. Hummel's saying to look around. Rakota says there has to be a guy in here somewhere, and I'm like, listen, there has to be treasure somewhere. Snowflake soup attained. Ooh, a locked chest we can't do anything about. I wonder... I'm trying to remember where this room was, if this was... I don't think this was Donna's room. Too many beds. But I'm just kind of curious if we go back into the past, we take a look at what room this specifically was. Well, we're going to ascend for now, because we don't really have another choice. We're getting attacked by... I was going to say... How would you describe them, chat? Their proportions are kind of odd. I almost wanted to say rat, and then I thought a little bit kangaroo. But then I was looking at how they moved. I felt myself triple guessing. But what they looked like to me was a free battle. So we just got all that experience. Oh, Sahad, you're always nearly pissing your pants. Gotta keep it together, Sahad. Lexi is saying that she doesn't think the beasts and that man are connected at all. I'm not really sure what led her to that conclusion, but I guess we'll just assume that's a fact. So now she's saying, notice the placement of the windows and the size of the door in this room. Doesn't this dwelling feel too big for humans to have lived in it? I mean, it looks like there's feeding troughs on the side. Oh, they're also just saying that maybe the people are taller. Or at least that's what Sahad guessed, but they're denying that. Yeah, see, I thought they were suggesting animals somehow came up to the second floor. I mean, I don't know what else you would use these for. If not for the animals. So they seem to have some kind of large oven. But I'm not sure what they would have put in here. We'll have to find this location again later. So we have some kind of measurement system. I mean, we have the oven, but we can't do anything with it. Now we have the crystal shards. Oh, maybe it's not for food. Maybe it's because it's a I wasn't thinking about it. Maybe for blacksmithing, they have the water there to cool things down. Well, anyway, I guess since we can't make any progress... excuse me? Excuse me, Lacrimosa of Donna. How dare you make me take fall damage in a building? I have jumped like twice this height before and fallen down and not taken fall damage. Excuse me, Lacrimosa of Donna. That was very rude of you. The steps are lethal. Oh. I am willing to say that is probably Thanatos. He's got the kind of explorer vibe to him. How do you get out of that house before us? The power of cutscenes, Sahad. I mean, maybe his plan was to lure us into a false sense of security against the monsters, when the true villain were those stairs. It all makes sense, chat. He knew the stairs would kill us. So I am convinced that this is T until it proves otherwise, because he kind of has like a piratey look to him. He has like the classic archaeological rope at his side. It seems like he's ready to explore. He looks to be in his middle ages. Maybe older than Sahad. I didn't get a good look at his face yet. I mean, you know what? We'll call it the Stupa. What are they going to respond to this? Alright, so they're wondering what it was used for. It looks really run down.
No.
So now they're saying Adol can see into the past. Our only objective is to, quote, find the guy. Well, I am really happy I managed to pick a lot of insect repellent with us, because I would have been very cross with the game if I had to go back for it. So I think I made the right preparations, chat.
Treasure!
So we attained a big pearl in the process.
I found a treasure!
Hope Stone. Now I think this one gave really good overall defenses, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 20 strength defense, 400 health. I mean, technically, it could probably go to Hummel, but I'm just thinking if it's better suited on somebody else. I mean, in theory, I could give it to Sahad. In theory. But I think what we should do is that I've been using Hummel to deal with certain boss enemies. So I think we'll equip the Hope Stone, which I keep forgetting where it is. So it gives him another 100 health and 20 to all stats. That's not too bad. So I think for now what we should do to take advantage of him, I'm going to bring in Hummel. So I don't think there's too much Donna can do about this particular path. So they're saying to find another way. Well, I'm glad we went here first, because we just got an additional cutscene. But let's see. Chat, I'm just realizing, look at how much momentum we have when we start running with that jump. Like, can we talk about this? Like, this is actually silly. Like, I could just, wow, that's a lot of momentum, chat. Actually, before we go in the giant building, let's go around the giant building. Maybe we could get additional items. So this was gonna lead to the highway, if I remember correctly. And when we left here last time, this is the path that Donna took. So are we allowed to follow in her footsteps at all? We keep coming across these doors that cannot be opened by force. So at some point, are we going to get an item that can deal with these, or are these just perma-locked? Because kind of like if we were playing a horror game like Silent Hill, like the message it gives you is important, whether it says the lock is busted versus the door is locked. It has a lot of different meanings for us. So far we've just come across doors we can't open with force. So I'm not 100% certain what that'll turn out to be. We'll have to see. They're saying that it looks like the statues of the primordials. Humans and primordials live together? A little bit. Lexi says that's not possible. We already know that's not quite true, because we saw the merchant folk with Donna. They had the big beasts kind of pulling the carts. So Lexi's saying the primordials have been extinct long before humans first appeared. But we know this is an ancient civilization, Lexia. Oh, so now, okay, now she's questioning what that suggests about the people that lived here. So let's take a look at this. Chat, when we look at this, it looks a little... Well, other than translucent, it looks maybe a little cracked. It looks dull. Maybe it has no power left. The inscription is impossible for us to read. I think last time we weren't allowed to examine this because somebody was standing here. Or at least I didn't get a prompt because somebody was really close to here. So maybe next time we're here as Donna, we'll double check what that inscription says. So we're gonna try to remember that for later. Thanatos, you could just walk up to us like a normal human being. You should recognize Rakota by now. Okay, so Rakota's saying we'll capture him next time. Well, he's walking to the throne, and we know there's not really too much else he could do. So he's going to be on the airway, or whatever it's called. Right. Don't worry, game. I actually remember that. This time. Although, are they suggesting the building isn't there? Huh. Well, so much for the royal palace? Hold on, chat. One moment. We have to see. If I do this... So, wait. So falling off of those stairs doesn't hurt me. I'm bamboozled, chat. I don't know why jumping and falling off those stairs didn't injure us, but the other one did. So maybe this save crystal will act as a way to communicate with Donna again. We'll see.
Finally relax.
Doesn't look like it. So he has to be coming up to a dead end. Ooh, look at that, chat.
Good to go.
We're good to go. Yeah, we can't fish here, I don't think. No, when I press up on the D-pad, it doesn't do anything there. Well, I guess we'll have a cutscene involving the waterfall chasm we saw before. Yeah, we could see the stone foundation where the temple was.
The bridge is gone.
So that's kind of a strange thing to happen. Were there two separate... Oh, the guy's behind us. Did you see that, chat? Look, we see his legs in the cutscene. So... maybe there was more than one incident, because it does, maybe it wasn't centralized at the other building, because it's kind of weird that the palace is gone, like completely gone, but the bridge is still here, and the other building is mostly intact. So we have a little bit of a mystery on our hands.
Yeah, doesn't look like anyone's here either.
Oh, Sahad, your eagle eyes missing the guy within maybe, I don't know, 10 feet. He's gonna speak.
That doesn't make sense. We all saw a man come this way.
Is there a reason he's creeping up to us? Is he gonna go boo?
Boo!
Oh, chat. That moment when you predict the dialogue in your heart, you're just like, I'm expecting no level of maturity. That's what came to mind. I'm like, is he just pranking us? Is that what this is gonna be? That's what I was thinking.
You guys are real marks.
What the?
I nearly pissed myself.
Sahad, please. I feel like Rakota is gonna say that it's Thanatos.
Me? Oh, I'm...
Father? Huh? Father!
There we go. We found Father Death.
Long time no see. Huh? Wait.
So we have
This man? He's your...
We have found T. Oh, he's got the rugged look in his face. We have found... She embraces death.
Yes, I'm Thanatos Beldine, seasoned explorer and Rakota's father.
See, there we go. Seasoned explorer, chat. I said he looked like an explorer. He had that stereotypical rope and everything.
He's older than I had imagined.
I guess she's supposed to have whispered that, even though that was pretty much normal volume. At least that's what the parentheses are indicating.
Who might you be?
He is decidedly not as cool as I thought he would be. I feel a little disappointed, chat. He's not going to wield a scythe. Okay, so he's saying we've been through a lot. It's strange for me to see so many new faces. I was alone when I watched ashore here. So Rakota's asking where he was. Thanatos is saying don't get upset. I noticed an unexplainable spike in primordial activity not too long ago. I set out to explore the northern region, but only made it as far as the mountain ridge when a petrosaur scooped me up. Okay. So they're at least explaining how he got here. He didn't just walk here, is basically what I was looking to do. Or at least have addressed. So they're asking how he's still alive. So he tried to escape. And he's saying since he had a bird's-eye view of the island before, he's able to find his way to the ruins. So he says, I guess Lady Luck hasn't left me for a younger man just yet. Rakota's saying the same thing happened to me. But everybody saved her. Oh, Thanatos says that her new friends seem alright by him. And then they laugh about nearly dying. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like we were gonna get an anime moment right there where there's just the awkward drops are appearing. Sahat says they're like two peas in a pod. He seems to have a devil-may-care attitude about his predicament, says Laxia. Thanatos says, take it from me, this island will put you through the ringer if you let it. That's why you need a sense of humor to help you get through the hard times. A sense of humor is the most important thing there is. Laxia's kind of taken aback. She's like, a sense of humor?
So you're T. Thanatos Beldine.
Ooh. Chat, I wonder if Hummel's gonna try to do something here. Let's actually observe how he interacts with T. Because let's think about it. He could have technically been hunting T, right? Because he had a lot of interest in the things like the treehouse and things like that. And we know that he can technically transport people, or maybe he's looking to transport people. Or perhaps T is his client that he's hoping to deliver to. I guess we'll find out, hopefully.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
There we go, it was the ladder. There we go, chat. I'm like, wait a minute. So we gave him a briefcase. I don't know where he pulled it from. Thanatos says, you're right, you mentioned you're a transporter. So you had a package for a guy who's been stranded here for over a year. Are we gonna see what's in the package? These are his favorite pickles. Is that some kind of schematic? Are they like... Oh, is this gonna turn out to... Is this gonna be a ship schematic? What else could he possibly want at this point? And this looks like a sketch of some sort. He says, wait a minute. Hummel asks, are you starting to remember? If not, this might jog your memory. Hummel reached into his pocket and took out a small bottle. So Thanatos is saying that maybe he requested for help by putting a message in a bottle and casting it out to sea. Right. Oh yeah, Kirk. So I don't know how Hummel was gonna get here. I don't know if he was just gonna jump overboard. We don't really know what his plan was. Okay, so now Laxi is taking the message from Thanatos and reading it out loud. So Sahad's asking what it says. Oh, chat. See, I knew. I mean, I wouldn't have called the jar of pickles. So anyway, so the message reads, if you're reading this, send a jar of my favorite pickles and the blueprints for a ship to the Isle of Siren. Signed, Thanatos Beldine. Well, chat, I guess that solves the issue of who would know how to build a ship to get off the island. We had speculated potentially T would be able to do it with his super expertise because he built a bridge earlier, if you recall. And I don't remember if that portion was captured on the stream or not, but I was talking to somebody, and I was just mentioning that I feel like he's gonna have a schematic to the ship. So as soon as I saw that parchment, I knew what it was, chat. I felt it in my heart. So what did Hummel get out of this, though? So Laxi is asking if he understood correctly. Then it said he only did it for laughs. He's honestly surprised someone showed up to deliver those things. Oh, there was a jewel in the bottle as payment. Upon receiving payment, a contract is formed. I'm obliged to deliver what is requested of me, says Hummel. And he had the little gleam. I mean, I guess the bottle could have technically floated out, because it's only really the Kraken that's stopping us from leaving. So I guess the Kraken doesn't really care about small objects. Hummel says he fails to see what's so humorous about this. Oh, Hummel. Lexi says, "Aha, do you really not notice what was mentioned just now?" I'm tempted to say the pickles, obviously, but I called it being the blueprints for a ship. It's fine. So now we could potentially have our trio of expert craftsmen. We have Dogi and Euron on the case. Maybe we can escape. Sahad, really? Are you really asking what the blueprints of a ship are doing? He says, you mean we could use them to build a ship to get off this island? And I'm like, no! Like, Sahad, come on. I love that Laxia answers him seriously. Laxia saying, you had the blueprints with you this whole time, Hummel. Why didn't you say anything? He's not allowed to talk about his... Chat, I didn't even get the full sentence out of my mouth. We went to the next dialogue, and he says, quote, a transporter must never reveal the contents of a package to anyone but the intended recipient. I am 100% convinced that they saw the Jason Statham transporter movie, because this is like, not almost line by line. His rules are very similar. And I swear that is a direct quote from the movie, chat. Trust is the foundation of this line of work. I really feel like this is almost a direct quote from that movie. Lexi says she's not going to dispute that, but she's just irritated by how irritated she is right now. Because he had the blueprint this entire time. So we still haven't found a way to deal with the Kraken. So Thanatos is just giving us the blueprints. We're asking him if he's sure. Is he not going to join us? So he says it makes sense to build the ship to the Castaway Village. Are you not joining us, Thanatos? What else are you doing here? He trusts us because Rakota trusts us. So is Thanatos not joining us? So now they're asking if we should go back to the village. I'm gonna say not just yet. I don't really want to be forced to go there. Lexia apparently agrees. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't just build a ship while we dealt with the other problem. I don't really understand what the issue is there, honestly. But I just more meant I wanted to explore the ruins before we went back. They're taking it a very different direction. So they're saying we still need to deal with that marine primordial, and there's also the matter of Adel's dreams. So they're saying, why don't we head further north? We still haven't reached the temple that Adel told us about. Curious, Thanatos asked for an explanation, so Adol explained the dreams he'd been having, that we had to fade away. Okay, so Lexi says she wouldn't be surprised. Hold on, chat. I was about to say she wouldn't be surprised if he didn't believe the story, and then I realized, is he wearing like a cowboy star? What's going on his left side, chat? Do you see that near like what would be his breast pocket normally? I didn't really think about this, but he is kind of like a cowboy vibe going on, especially with the bandana and the very large belt buckle. So apparently Thanatos said he saw something and he thought he was seeing things. So Thanatos says he thinks Adol should see for himself rather than listen to him explain it. There's a temple south of here that might be the one you're looking for. Okay, so well, I'm gonna ask him if he knows something about the Temple of the Great Tree, because he called it by name. And he said he didn't get a good look at it the first time. Just see for yourself when we get there. So I guess he's with us, but not with us? So I guess he's not in an official party member, chat. So they're saying to go further south. Do we finally have permission to explore the other portions, like over here? Yeah, I only got a good look at him from the back in a couple of cutscenes, but I was like, now that I was staring at him for a while, I'm like, wait a minute. So again, we're gonna try to look at this inscription later, but we'll probably have to be Donna. So at least that kind of makes sense that we can't read the ancient script for one reason or another. I just want to check over here one more time. Are we allowed to go over here now? Or is this sealed by a mysterious force? It cannot be opened by force. Well, we're gonna take our hyperspeed and we're gonna skedaddle, as it were. Let's go back up here and then head south. Well, this place looks mostly intact.
Finally relax.
Like they're saying to look. Ooh. Hummel states a dead end. So Thanatos says, the path to the entrance is collapsed. I came here before, but I ended up turning back for the same reason. So now he's saying, isn't the crystal over there the same as the other one you told him about? I mean, I don't know what's different between this crystal and the one we were at earlier. Now they're having a theory that if Adol touches it, maybe something will happen. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and touch it in a moment. So let's take a look at what it was here. So we see the destroyed bridge. We're not allowed to go down there, so I guess because we can't really explore further, let's examine. Now the question we have to ask ourselves is, now that we're kind of manipulating the past, is Adol's timeline now concurrent with the past? Like, did she see up to this point?
Did it work, Donna?
Yes, Adol has successfully reached the capital.
Okay, so now it seems like the past and present are kind of in the same time period. So she seems to... She has to basically pause to view us, and she just sees where we are currently. So there's no, like, time skip that has occurred, is basically what I'm saying. Like, it's not like a day later or a week later. So maybe we'll be with her up until the incident, whenever that happens.
A root from the prayer tree sapling I planted became a path for him to walk on.
I can't believe you actually used a sacred prayer tree in this manner. You always surprise me with your unorthodox approaches to problem solving.
I was reminded of a PlayStation game, and I unfortunately don't recall the name of it offhand, where essentially the protagonist needed to stop a death from occurring, and it involved planting a tree, and I was just reminded of that for some reason.
I don't know about unorthodox, but at least now I know for certain. Adol and his companions are traveling through the ruins of Aegeus.
Of
I
Aegeus.
don't know how far into the future he is, but the remnants of our kingdom surround him.
I do not want to accept this, but civilizations, no matter how much prosperity they enjoy, must come to an end someday. Not even Eternia can escape that fate, it seems.
I was thinking of a bad joke when she said Eternia. I was thinking maybe they should rename the kingdom Temporaria. But I guess we'll see if we can cause them to avoid their ultimate fate. So now Donna says the real question is when that fate will arrive. They're wondering if they should inform the queen. Donna says it's too early. There's still too much we don't know. So now Donna's going to use us to determine what happened to the capital. So she's going to keep planting the prayer tree saplings. So maybe she can help, obviously, go to the temple to the south. But let's see if she could do anything else now that we have control over her in a moment. So Olga's going to help us out. So Donna's saying she's going to help us by heading to the outskirts south of the capital. Olga says she'll let everybody know we're on a pilgrimage. She's going to cover for us. And now we're going to go ahead and run around.
Yeah, that fruit looks delicious.
Again, we'll just pick up some spare healing items. We never know. Now, we also unlocked a new mechanic earlier where there will just be, I'm going to say for the lack of a better term, the trapped spirits. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on the terrain. Maybe we'll see some glowing areas. Oh, we are not allowed to explore back up that way. We are forced to go this way. Oh boy, she could just air tumble forever, chat. Actually, you know what? Hold on, chat. Hold on. Hold on. Huh. I can't replicate that stair damage anywhere else. Okay, so he feels embarrassed that he didn't recognize her as the maiden. And he wishes us success in our future endeavors. That's fine. Well, how's it going, Chris? So chat, let's go investigate this area. Because I wanted to reconfirm what they were doing in here, because we saw the crystals before. We also know that there is a door we couldn't open, and it seems the story destination's there.
Maiden.
Oh, they're saying they should offer. So, that's a shame. We still can't open that door though. Maybe one day we'll find the key.
This is the path Adol and the others took in my dreams. This is so surreal.
Okay, so these are just merchants. They're just saying they're gonna have their cloth appraised. Aw. Sorry to hear your sleep was interrupted, Chris. You haven't missed too much. We found Thanatos. He was a bit disappointing. He's dressed like a cowboy.
How are you?
But you will not see him for a little bit of time. We basically went towards the south and couldn't progress. So Thanatos said for us to try touching the save crystal there. And we switch over to Donna. Otherwise, we haven't done too much in terms of plot. We went backwards to one of the other dungeons, and we saw that we caused a waterfall to form, and that let us get a new piece of equipment, which increases defense and applies the darkness ailment. So I think we cannot really interact with any of the Bazaar members, but we'll talk to them a little bit for some flavor text. So we're hearing more about the Mustang Company. So apparently they're kind of number one, more or less, in the area. So lots of hard bargains are driving people to purchase items. Well, we're gonna ignore the plot point for now. Again, there's a lot of doors we should be able to open up as Donna, hopefully, as we go forward. Okay, well, I mean, that was kind of assumed that the Valley of the Kings is where the royalty lied. I mean, I assume that's why they called it that in the first place. So that's fine. Oh. Hello, young male. Oh, he dropped his key, did he? Did it happen to be to the storehouse? Let's ask for details. Wow, we look so small. He said he's in such a hurry that he tripped while running. When he fell, he think he might have dropped the key he had borrowed. It's the key to the guard's warehouse. Okay, so we're gonna offer to find it. So saying the key itself is pretty heavy, it probably sank down to the bottom. So Donna's gonna use, presumably, her powers of essence there. So now she's apparently gonna view the water. Oh, we saw the shiny. Well, she would be like the top tier fisherman of the party. I'm just saying, Chad, if she could just detect the fish and just will it into her hand, I mean, there's not much it could do. So is he just gonna let us keep it, or? So he says he doesn't know what we did, but he can't believe his eyes. We didn't use essence equipment, it was all our own essence. So she's saying an essence key, that complex shouldn't be submerged in water. Okay, so she apparently just produced... She apparently has enough paper / parchment to write a letter on his behalf so he doesn't get in trouble. And now he knows we're the maiden. And he thanks us. Blessing of the great tree be upon you. The young man apologized many times before finally heading toward the guard station.
We did it!
Sunken key complete. Donna's virtue increased. The guard warehouse in the East District is now open. I don't know if that flows from like a cause and effect standpoint. Like, I understand that that key should have helped us get into the warehouse, but we didn't keep the key or like hide the key, which is kind of where I thought we were going. Oh, it was this building, that's right. So we were in here in the present. Let's just take a look up here again. I see. So this looks a little better. I guess we're missing all the weapon scrolls in the future. Although, actually, that doesn't look like that's water in there. I don't know what that is. Well, anyway, we found the craftsman's area, but we can't really do anything with it, so we're fine. Oh, oh wait, chat, I didn't get injured going down these flight of stairs. Aww. It's not the same, chat. Hmm. So I'm just looking to see if there's any inscriptions we can read, because let's go back in here now that we're Donna. Maybe we can read the thing that was illegible before, or at least our party members were not able to interpret it. I got cutscenes so hard, chat. Sniffle, sob, sob. Is that the little girl thief? Is that who this is gonna be? Oh, no, it's the twins. I think that's the younger twin. Sia can't find her other half. Mia was the other girl's name. So they're playing hide and seek. She can't find them, and she's asking, what if a bad person kidnapped them? Oh, the other girl could be the pink-haired girl. So we'll see how Sia describes her. She got fluffy pink hair, and she's really cute. Yep, okay. Got it, chat. So potentially we have to look for these two girls. So Donna's thinking, I don't know about her new friend, but Mia's good at finding places to hide. I think I need to help her. So Donna's saying, we'll look for them. After all, if two people are hiding, then two people will need to look for them. I'm sure we could find them if we look together. Wow, we are just cheaters at hide and seek. We are just absolute cheaters. And then Donna's like, is it technically cheating if I use essence to find them? Wow, we are layering the amount of cheating we are doing in this game. So let's try to find places where little kids might hide. Eternia Quest Twins Hide and Seek has begun. Our destination was to the south. I'm guessing this is just to find the kids. We go north. So we're kind of ignoring our original plot to help Adol. So Donna just affirms that this is the crystal supplying essence to the kingdom. She said, wait, what was that? She said, I thought I sensed something strange, but maybe I'm just imagining things. So she thinks due to the way Mia acts, she could be in the palace itself. So, Chad, if you remember, we took a look at this in the present, and we saw like a tree inside the crystal. Like, it's not very obvious here, as it's much more solid and nowhere near as translucent. Yeah, let's see if we can read this inscription. Oh, we can't read it, chat. That's a shame. See, Adol has the ability to go up and examine this, but he can't do anything with it. So the Essence Masters are still having kind of a squabble. Yes, let him tamper with the very dangerous, potentially explosive reactor. So we know something completely demolishes the palace by the time it's in the present. Donna's wondering how long it'll continue to be a palace. That Rastel's with the chief now. I guess Chief Dran finally caved in. So Rastel's trying to become a guard still. It is saying that she did indeed come across a small child. So we're on the right path. So they're just talking about the queen a little bit here. So now we have, presumably, the coronation flowers. Darius is asking for her to confirm the measurements. Finalizing the budget. Well, we found Mia. It's not a really great hiding spot. Mia says she's playing hide and seek. So apparently this is a reoccurring thing for the two of them. Yeah, hide and seek is definitely more important than saving the kingdom. This has priority, chat. So Donna's saying that there, as a comparison to the two twins not having the same abilities, she says, there are things that Olga and Queen Soraya excel at, but I can't do. But because we're good at different things, we can help each other out. Mia says, yeah, there are some things that Sia beats me at. Same goes for that other girl. So Mia's saying, have we found the other girl? Donna says, no, not yet. But apparently she's gonna hide at her favorite spot and ran off. So not even Mia could find her. So she said she looked everywhere she could have hid. Couldn't find her. Then she had to find a place to hide while the time limit was in effect for hide and seek. So perhaps she took a secret passageway within the temple. So we're gonna start checking walls and things like that, chat. Yeah, which way did she run? She's probably near Donna's room, if I had to guess. She ran north after we split up at the stupa. Oh. The strange presence was the girl? That's not where I thought we were gonna go. So we're just telling Mia to go back to her twin sister. So maybe the girl might not actually be the little girl that we think it is. Oh, we are not allowed to go to the palace. She's very happy to do gardening here. So we saw that there was like a tree sapling kind of thing in the crystal. Is the girl somehow like a personification of the tree spirit? Lots of potential theories. Because presumably she merged with the crystal and came out of it. I don't know if she was born from it or what the deal is. Maybe we'll get more insight with this cutscene. So now we're gonna do some investigating. Well, the stone is glowing. The statue is emitting light. The other ones are not emitting light. Okay. Sure, why not, chat? Let's turn them all on. We have a potential puzzle on our hands. That has now lit up the tower to reveal a secret passageway. Okay, so she's not hiding in the crystal. But I don't know how she would have done this without being caught either. That's why I wasn't thinking about it like that. Again, I thought if there was going to be a secret passageway, it was going to be back near Donna's chamber. That's where I thought they were going with it. So technically, they still did the secret passageway. I just thought it would be really weird that the room that had a lot of people in it constantly examining it would not have noticed it. That to me feels a little weird. Anyway, we're apparently gonna go beneath the crystal. And I was gonna say, we're gonna get sealed in. So I'm not sure how we exactly leave where we are. Unless we just can. Well, wait, no, chat, we just saw this close. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, continuity issues. Let's go this way. Sounds like we are having some dungeon music. Sanctuary Crypt Chamber of Braziers. So we see the classic, presumably spirit and armor up ahead. Donna says, what an elaborate ruin. It looks like some sort of sanctuary. I never knew this existed beneath the stupa. It doesn't look like there are any other people down here, just murderous spirits. But animated statues are patrolling the area. We need to be careful. Warping in the crypt. Donna can warp between the crystals and the sanctuary crypt. From the map menu, you can warp to the crystal at the entrance to the sanctuary crypt. Press options to warp directly to the sanctuary crypt. You can leave the crypt at any time.
I never knew something like this existed. This won't be easy. I need to be careful.
So we see a door with 4 lights. One of them's lit up. The one on the left has 4 lights as well, but none of them are lit up.
A treasure chest.
Well, she said, oh, a treasure chest, but I'm not seeing where to go. So these enemies are kind of aggressive. Again, her moves are just insanely overpowered. I can't make this jump. But maybe I can interact with this light somehow? Okay. So striking it causes the lantern to go out, and that opens the way. So we'll keep that in mind. Again, how the little girl even escaped this at all is a big question. So we see firebirds emerging from the embers. And then they flew up to torches just to light them? Sure, chat, sure. Okay, and as we saw before, lit torch equals closed door, which is kind of the opposite of how it works in most games. So we got another tutorial thing. So it says Sanctuary Crypt Braziers. Sealed by the Sacred Brazier. Some doors are sealed by the Brazier and will not open. Extinguish the Brazier flames to open these doors. And it says, birds made of fire reside in areas with Braziers and can relight them if they get too close. These birds will revive when they're defeated. Make sure they do not reach a Brazier.
This is not good. The brazier has been lit. We have to deal with those birds.
So I can't actually jump over there. I think I have to actually run. I don't think I have another choice. So we're on a little bit of a time limit, I suppose. Alright, hopefully they will go away. Okay, they will go away. So pretty straightforward in terms of puzzles. I mean, I just had to hit one and then run to the other side.
What is this? I can't get out! Someone help!
Did I just hear a child? No, that was more like something echoing straight through my heart. Could that be the spirit's voice? Gotten stronger.
Okay, so she thinks she heard a spirit nearby. We'll have to check it out. Donna, your moves are just unfair. Why do they stun lock and juggle like that? Chat, could you imagine if Sahad could do that? How unfair that would be? Like, you saw that. It just sucks them in and knocks them down. Oh, that enemy was immune to it at least. Ooh, I took a little damage there. Well, I'm glad we got some healing items, as there doesn't seem to be too many here. So we can't interact with that at all. However, it looks like we found another spirit portal thing. And with that, we should get another spirit, which may increase our stats. Apparently this is Amy, Spirit of Possessions. So she's saying she's finally free. She doesn't know who we are, but she thanks us all the same. She seems surprised we're an Eternian. Donna introduces herself. And the spirit says, I'm Amy. I'm known as the Spirit of Possessions. She says she's not the best around people. I mean, well, apparently she possesses people. Okay, so Donna's saying possession. As I recall, there are spirits which dwell in items and essence equipment. Maybe she had a bad experience with people in the past. Donna's asking a question if she's seen a little girl that passed through recently. Oh, not that kind of... Maybe not that kind of possession. Never mind. Maybe she means like a literal item. Yeah, so she's looking for any possessions she might come across. And she came across a trap. She may be a simple spirit who collects possessions, but I wish to repay you. Please take this possession with you. It's very, very rare. So is this an adventuring item? So now we're going to see what she's willing to part with. Full medicine attained. That's not useful to me. Anyway, she's saying incredible, the medicine has been infused with essence. Okay, so she's saying she requires payment for future transactions. So she's going to act as our shopkeeper, because we couldn't use the bazaar. I guess that kind of makes sense. An essence fragment is the money. Okay. Okay, so... we could go to her and potentially get more items. Our virtue increased with her. We're getting a tutorial called Amy's Shop. Talk to the spirit Amy to access her shop. You can exchange essence fragments for items at Amy's Shop. So we can see they're just asking for some very basic things. We see medicine, anti-paralytic, burn salve, remedy, and tempest elixir. And it's saying Donna can obtain essence fragments from defeating enemies. We just picked up 50 from the previous area, so we might as well just try to do it again. So we might as well as get the needle gauntlets, because we don't have any accessories here. And since we can't afford any of the talismans for paralysis or bleed, we might as well get another 30 defense.
This is rare, you know.
So hey, you know, we had some progress here. I'm gonna save the rest of our fragments. I don't think we really need them. Because again, we can hold still and get some health back, although probably not in this dungeon specifically for the health regen, because as I recall, we can't health regen in a dungeon. But hey, we just increased our defense by like 50 points, so we should take a lot less damage. Not that I feel like we took too much damage to begin with. And also, maybe we could take advantage of poison on certain enemies. Again, this attack is just insanely overpowered. If I basically just even clip them with any part of that spin move, it knocks them down. We know there's a chest we can't get to yet, so we'll have to see if we could go back to the entrance a different way.
Oh, how did you know?
Well, you've been gone for a while. I'm running out of excuses here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry, I'll take care of this quickly.
Did I miss something? How were we communicating with Olga? Did we have psychic powers in order to do that? I'm a little confused. Chat, do you remember her using her mind to communicate with anybody with telepathy or something like that? I mean, I don't recall. Okay, so I think order of operations is this bird. And then we're gonna kill this bird. Slash this. And then we can interrupt this one. And deal with this final torch. So not too bad in terms of puzzles. Pretty easy. Yeah, yeah, Kirk's kind of pointing out in the chat. So the monsters seem to have weapons similar to ours. We actually also saw statues within the temple itself that had similar weapons. Although I think that particular creature had 4 arms. Again, this attack is just insanely unfair. Just look at that, chat. Oh man, if Adel could do this, it would be over. Oh, I got clipped for 12 damage. That was rude, game. That was very rude. Ooh, we see some kind of wind wall over there. And another spirit, perhaps?
We can get some rest.
Oh, it's Amy again.
Hello. Thank you.
Well, we'll touch the save point thing for now. Well, let's try going to the wind wall. I mean, we hit a save point, so it shouldn't be too bad. So presumably...
I can't.
I was gonna say, eventually we shouldn't be able to make progress. So we don't have a means to deal with this yet. Fair enough. I was gonna say boss chamber? Why, hello there. What's your name? The awakened Azure Dragon Armor, Grazios. Donna says, this must be the guardian of the sanctuary. If that little girl wandered in here, she could be in danger. Again, I half expect the little girl to be a monster, but you never know. So Donna's saying, forgive me, but I must defeat you. I got bad news for this foe. That is so unfair that we have a projectile, chat. Ooh. I wasn't sure if it did a slam afterwards or not. If you're wondering why I pulled back, chat, it doesn't seem to, though. Okay, so fairly basic attack pattern. I'm surprised I didn't get the dodge bonus for that, honestly. Ooh, I dodged too early. Man, he keeps hitting me mid-dodge. This sucks. There we go. Ooh, he's up in the air. There we go. Ooh. Come on, really? Give me one. There we go. Okay. I cannot time the dodge on that. I don't know why. But if he's just gonna keep doing this, I'm gonna have to heal. So it looks like I can use the other ability to increase my attack power, and it seems to boost the damage of our other skills. So we have no reason to not try for it. I think I'm just dodging too early on his swings. Like, they're just slightly too slow, and it's actually throwing me off. That's fine. He should be dead now. So we're going to try to take advantage of that skill that drains our SP over time, because it looks like we can gain so much back on a hit that it kind of doesn't matter. So I probably should have popped that skill earlier, and then maybe I wouldn't even have needed a healing item. So that's fine. I think that was the first time we've had a challenge with this character. We just know better for next time. Wheel of Eternity attained. Okay, and what is the Wheel of Eternity? Stun duration up random. Well, we have a free accessory slot, so this kind of works for us. So we open another passageway. Let's just quickly touch the save point for that autosave, and we'll continue forward. So it was a neat boss. I just got to get used to dodging kind of slowish attacks again.
An archival monolith. It looks quite old, too. I wonder how long this has been here.
Again, we are getting really sidetracked and not helping out Adol.
It still works. Impressive. What is this?
So we're seeing something in ancient script. It says, "In the beginning was the sage. The sage, a wise man of enduring intelligence, embarked on a long journey when he discovered a colossal tree. Seating himself at the foot of the tree, the sage began to meditate, and in his trance, a mysterious power was revealed to him. The sage could read the wind as easily as a bird. He achieved mastery over the elements of fire and water. He could even see future events yet to occur in distant lands. The sage had tapped into the power which governed the very laws of nature, and he saw fit to call it essence. When the sage returned to his homeland, he used essence to drive out the Saurians that threatened his people. Freed from the threat that had plagued them for so long, peace had finally come to the sage's homeland. The people honored the sage, learned from him the art of essence, and with it achieved untold prosperity. With his newfound influence, the sage assembled his people and established a nation. So it was that his radiance, like King Alkia, became the first king of Eternia." So we got a little bit of an origin story there, although I don't think it's...
Is this the founding of Eternia?
I don't think we can quite say it's... The powers were, I think they said untold, because the game just told us, but we can all just kind of laugh at that. Also, chat, I'd just like to draw your attention to something that is now completely distracting me. So, look at Donna's left hip. What is going on with that stripe? It's like stripe on top, stripe on bottom, stripe on top, stripe on bottom. Chat, why is it doing that? I've never seen textures do that before. Have you seen that before, chat? Just the stripes are fighting out as to see which one comes out on top?
This account seems slightly different from the story we were told as children. I thought the Light King came from an area near the Great Tree.
Which version of events is true, I wonder?
Yeah, again, how did she get here?
Don't they say facts are often stranger than fiction? I certainly think that's true. Yep.
Oh, Donna Shadow, you okay there?
Hello, lady. Did Sia send you to come find me?
EO? Not sure how to pronounce that, honestly.
You must be the girl who was playing hide and seek. I finally found you.
Found me? No, I just came out of hiding for you. You must be pretty good to make it all the way here. But that's still not good enough to catch me.
So you must be EO.
EO
I
indeed.
feel like I've met her somewhere before.
You did, Donna. She was the one that was thinking about stealing things.
I know you're playing hide and seek, but you still shouldn't have come in here. Come along. I'll take you back home.
Huh? Nah, I want to play some more. But if you're gonna be all pushy about it, then I guess I'll go with you. Today's gonna be so much fun!
On second thought, no, wait. That would be best, since I need to get her out of here. But afterward, I need to check the spot where I saw that swordsman.
Well, aren't you thinking super hard about something?
She got kee-hee-hee on us.
Well, regardless, we have to go back up to the surface. Stay close and follow me, Io.
Hold on a sec. Say, what do you suppose that is over there?
A door?
Don't you want to check it out? Let's take a closer look at it before we go back.
Honestly, Io, I guess I'm a little curious about it too. This sanctuary might run deeper than I thought.
Oh no, chat. What do you think is actually all the way in the depths of the sanctuary? Is our curiosity gonna unleash the great evil, chat?
Just a quick look, okay? But even if there is more to this place, I'm only taking you as far as that door.
Yay! Let's go!
Mm-hmm. So she does not count as a party member. Donna places her hand on the door, but the door is shut tight and will not budge. Io is not happy about it. Io may be cute, but she is quite odd for a little girl, thinks Donna. Wow, judgmental. So she says, look at these words engraved in the door. They're written in Old Eternian. Only the virtuous may enter. Well, we've been building up a lot of virtue with Donna, so I guess we're going towards a true ending, chat. Donna's not sure either. It's okay, Donna. We have our player vision, and we already know that that's a mechanic we're getting from completing side quests. So maybe it'll only open under the right conditions, aka a true ending. Anyway, that's as far as we're going. So the game is definitely trying to point out to you that maybe come back here after side quests, which is fair. So they're saying let's go back. Oh, now the game is going to spell out even more literally than it did before. Virtue. Donna's virtue. Increasing Donna's virtue will open the doors within the sanctuary crypt, allowing access to the next floor. If a door will not open, gain virtue by completing Eternia quests or rescuing spirits trapped in Essence Rifts. Oh, that's right, they called them Essence Rifts. Oh no, she said it's no use. Well, let's do our best to leave here. Oh. Okay, so we are not allowed to explore the dungeon with her. We are only given the options of return or cancel. And so we return to the girls.
Aw, I didn't think I was gonna lose this bad at hide and seek. Looks like I'm the champion today. I'm gonna challenge you again tomorrow. Come on, you guys. You both really worried me. I was this close to getting the guards to go look for you. Okay. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I didn't think it'd end up being such a big deal.
Still, you're lucky to have people who worry about you. Don't ever forget that.
Maiden. Yeah.
Mia, don't cause too much trouble for Sia. Always be nice to her, okay?
Yep, I will. I definitely learned my lesson this time. From now on, the only time I'll make Sia cry is when I tell her scary stories about the Requiem Festival. Mia? Okay, then I'll tell you the scariest story I know. It's an ancient story about an immortal guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it, you guys! Thanks for today, Maiden. Here, take this. It's treasure that me and Sia found.
I'm not surprised, but I'm not impressed, chat.
Are you sure? Isn't this important?
It's okay, really. Right, Sia? Yes. If we look together, I'm sure we can find more of them.
Okay. Then I'm happy to accept this. Thank you, Mia and Sia.
No problem. Thanks for looking out for us. Okay, we're gonna go back to our mom. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Yes! Great job!
Okay, quest complete. I was gonna say, I don't think Io has parents. So Io says she's not that little, she doesn't need to be escorted home. In fact, she's in the middle of looking for something. Donna's offering to help, but Io seems hesitant. She says, I've been looking for it for a while now, but I think she's nearly found it. So I'm not really sure what Io would be looking for. Now Donna's just saying, we're gonna go help with other things. Can we talk to Io again? So we're scolding her for trying to go there alone. She apparently wants to continue exploring down there. Oops, we've talked to her before. So I think that's all we can do for now within this place. So if well, I mean, I guess we could always re-verify that. So let's go to this exit to see what happens. Because for the most part, we seem to be confined within a certain area, because she'll have sudden thoughts that we have to help Adol. But I suppose we could always double check and see. Maybe things have changed. So we're just having a quick little detour just to see if we could do anything else. Let's see what happens if we go left here. Nope. We are denied. So we don't have any save crystals to warp to from here, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, we are just so concerned about Adol that we went into a crypt to find a little girl. Only that detour is allowed. So I believe it said the east door is now open. If we come in here as Donna, we're not allowed to get additional items, but we can see clearly there's 3 treasure chests in here. So we'll have to go pick them up as Adol. Actually, I don't think we talked to those 2 guards. Let me go back and talk to them. Oh, maybe the young man is the one we helped out earlier. Okay, so he seems to be just under a little bit of a reprimand, but he's not otherwise taking any other kind of punishment other than a tongue lashing, as it were. So our goal is to go to the south, so in order to do that, we have to go up some flight of stairs, and then we could go south to our destination. So let's do so, because I don't think...
Vision, that bridge up ahead has fallen. In that case...
So apparently we're just going to put prayer tree seeds everywhere. I'm just seeing if they had more insight about the characters, but it seems they're just having their own little issues. Apparently Baraka was saved by the maiden. And he doesn't realize we're the maiden, so maybe he's talking about a past one. So now we've come across the save point. So that's good. So we're gonna go ahead and plant the sapling. And presumably this will switch over to Adol. And we'll watch a tree grow. Either that or it'll be fully grown by the time the cutscene's over. Hello, Thanatos. Now there's a big old tree heading to the south, and it has apparently put the bridge mostly back together, which is interesting.
Oh.
It's almost like the trees are trying to prevent the bridge from collapsing. I like to think at one point she's just gonna put a tree in basically every building. So, I guess we're not entirely sure what Hummel will do now, because he did deliver the ship schematic to T. So maybe he'll be sticking around full-time now, because he doesn't have a job. So we've decided to inform them. We decided to inform them what we saw. Is this reading the chat where I just saw, wow, he is underwhelming looking. He's apparently an explorer cowboy. That's all we really picked up from him. He doesn't seem to have joined us so far. Dual consciousness. So now they're giving this a term for when we switch over to Donna. So it says sharing your consciousness with Donna. Touching certain crystals will let you play as Donna in the past. Donna's actions will affect Adel's era. Paths might cross or the landscape might change. You could still switch to Donna by touching a crystal even after her event is over. We did see we were able to do that before. Now what I'm curious about... Well, I definitely want to go backwards and get the items before we go any further. I want to double check the planes to make sure we didn't miss anything. Because I feel like it's really weird we haven't recruited anybody yet formally into the Castaway Village. I'm very bothered by this. It just seems like with that big open plain, we should have come across somebody. I'm not sure if we're waiting for a cutscene to happen and it might not be marked on the map. Not entirely sure. So we got more ore for equipment. That's good. Heavy gauntlets, which we'll have to check out in a moment. And more bitters. Well, our items are pretty good. Ooh, large metal gauntlets that increase enemy break rate. I mean, technically I should get rid of bandit gloves, but Sahad is kind of perfect as he is. Oh, look at that, chat. He's getting 59 to all stats. He just keeps going up, chat. That's all the scaling that we need. I mean, technically, I could probably give this to her, because I was looking to break things with her a bit. I am going to miss that crit chance, though. So, chat, what I'm going to do... Oh, see that, chat? Look, now there's a question mark here. I was just thinking that maybe there's another cutscene. So let's travel backwards for a bit. And that is all the way over here. Is there a closer location than this, is the question. This technically might be closer. At least we could get more... Oh, I was hoping we'd get more ore. We just got strange mass. I just felt it was really strange, chat, that we had gotten through that entire area, and at no point in this dungeon or the previous one have we recruited a character. Oh. I didn't realize it interrupted my other skill. Well, time to kill them all. It should hit the little dinosaurs that are sort of near us, because as we saw, this attack Holmes... That poor monster just jumped into like a 2000 damaging attack. So unfortunately, it looks like he's not able to break their armor very quickly. So I'm taking damage because he's not able to do that. So Laxi is actually better at breaking shells than he is by quite a bit. But we'll use him a bit longer. Again, kind of a shame that like I've only really found use for him against like the really hard T-Rex where I don't want to get close. Otherwise, he just seems like a weaker Laxia at the moment, unfortunately. And again, to me it's very strange that he has a gun, but he has like the shortest range of all the characters we have, including the little girl. It's truly, truly bizarre. So anyway, I'm going to swap out since we have to deal with these monsters. And her just kind of doing this instant breaks them. I kind of need that consistency, chat. Like, that's what I'm looking for in a character. Like, look at that. Freeze frame into broken armor into whatever combo you want. Like, I need that consistency in a character for them to be used long term. Now, she still has the skill gain plus, which is good. So I could still take advantage of this. And again, I can regain some meter here pretty safely. Ooh. Yeah, these monsters are nasty. I don't think I want to fight them. I had enough of them, chat. She is not the best at dealing with those dinosaurs, but she's really good with those bugs. So let's go ahead and descend down the stairs. Or not the stairs. We're going to descend down the ramp and take a look. Hopefully we'll get a little more ore, because presumably very soon we're going to end up fighting a boss. And that boss will end up letting us upgrade our weapons. So we have that area we can't do anything with yet. Bit unfortunate. Oh. It's a bit more around the corner than I thought it was. That's fine. So we're just going to take a tight turn here and take a look again. So presumably this will be another recruitable character. Because again, it's very strange we have gotten this far and no one has formally joined the Castaway Village still. So it should be right in front of us according to this.
Oh, something's there.
Hmm? That's weird. I don't see anything though. Other than this monster is not very nice to us. Wow, that does a lot of damage. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'll double check near the base of the tree. There is a campfire there. Maybe it just wants me to use the campfire. I thought we looked at that before, actually. Man, these monsters are just doing so much damage. And they are not being very kind to us.
All right, let's push through.
Oh, I just realized I put them to defensive by accident. Like this, okay, not being able to block against this is really obnoxious, chat. This is really obnoxious. I don't like this enemy. Wow, Sahad, your damage is insane. What? Chat, he should not be able to do that that much damage. I'm sorry. What was that damage? Look at his attack power compared to everybody else's, chat. What a god. Okay, so let's wait a few seconds and then we'll take a look. So let's give it a minute. So anyway, it seems like Sahad could apparently just do like 1400 damage as opposed to what? I was barely getting past 300 with Adel. So clearly there's a complete power difference between all the characters. So we're gonna wait for my health to get closer to 2000. And yeah, the chat is pointing out there is a bird that is back. I thought we fished that up. I'm not really sure why that respawned. I'm pretty sure we grabbed that last time because I was trying to fish, I think, with the shorter character and it didn't work out. Well, anyway, I think this is good enough. Everybody's got some health. So does it want me to check the campfire again? They're saying it doesn't look like one Thanatos made. They're saying it could belong to a castaway. They're saying let's try searching the area. So maybe they're somewhere north according to this. Yeah, like we've definitely fished along here. And unfortunately we're not... last time I had to clear all these dinosaurs because they did not cooperate with us. But maybe I can avoid them.
I bet I can catch a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can throw it that far from this angle. Don't think I can. So unfortunately, I think this thing is going to get angry. Yeah. Well, time to Sahad it. Yeah, that attack is nasty. This is where I would probably prefer to use the gunner. Oh, I missed it with my single strike, I think. There we go. Okay, life is much easier when you just play as Sahad, I'm just saying. Like, it still does an insane amount of damage. It makes no sense why it does that much, honestly. We're not that far away from it in terms of levels. Well, anyway, let's get another pristine jewel since we're here.
Feels like a big one. Treasure!
Oh, this time it was only a big pearl. Oh, maybe they respawn over time?
Here.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's good to know.
Gotta fight.
So let's go ahead and fish this up with Sahad. There could still be other fish we haven't received yet.
She's a beaut.
And unfortunately, today is not the case where we get one. Well, it said to go back to the north. So we might as well do so now. I'm telling you, Chad, I had a sneaking suspicion. I mean, this place was so big. I'm like, how did we not recruit a single character this entire distance? Like, we didn't even have a Thanatos cutscene here. I wasn't sure if they were going to reserve it for when we open up the other area or not, but I felt it in my heart, chat. Oh? I believe so. She appears to be much older than I expected. There was an older woman, I want to say, that was on the boat. I guess she made it. Unassuming old lady. So she finally came across some other people. Yeah, I kind of remember her. So she's saying, despite all that has happened, it sounds like escape is within our reach. What a delightful turn of events. Uh-oh, it's dangerous to be alone here, says Rakota. You have to come with us to the village. Is Granny gonna be packing a huge weapon, chat? Let's watch Granny. She's in a really suspicious place by herself. And she's wearing, like, metal gauntlets. What is Granny gonna... Is Granny gonna punch it? Please tell me Granny punches it. Or pulls out some, like, ludicrously oversized weapon. Please let her have something ridiculous. And I like how unassuming, question mark, old lady. Look at that sword! Wow. Yeah. Oh, she threw a bird at it. What? Wow, Granny's packing, chat. Look at this. Granny's got abs. What is this? Oh my gosh, chat. This might be my favorite character. Granny has got some serious abs and a scar. Oh my gosh, please. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You know what? The game let me down a little bit with Thanatos, but I'm okay with this. Mighty old lady indeed. Let's ask her who she is. What is her name? She says, perhaps I should formally introduce... Her name is Sylvia.
Gladiator who last fought in the Roman Colosseum 10 years ago. Pleased to meet you all.
So Sylvia, the absolutely ripped granny. She did not skip a day of workout, chat. I think she could beat this entire crew in arm wrestling right now. Like, we would stand no chance. Oh my gosh. Please let her be... please let her come into the party. The way her silver hair flaps like a pair of wings as she swings that enormous blade. You must be the silver-haired hawk. So I guess the bird we saw was the hawk. They said, everyone has heard of silver-haired hawk, the undefeated champion of the Colosseum. Rakota says, you remind me of Master. Well, she's joining our village. She's gonna make her way there right now. Oh, she's not a party member, chat. I'm still glad she exists, though. Thank you, Lacrimosa. So, is he ever going to teach us a skill? Like, we did get further in the plot. I mean, if he's not going to do it at this point, I'm just going to wait until the next chapter. Oh, that sword looked like a whole new tier level. If we could have wielded that with that range, oh, would have been godlike. Well, anyway, we're gonna check one more time on the ape, and I will give up on it until next chapter, as we have waited a fairly long amount of time for this to happen. He shook his head no. We are not allowed to do it. Well, since we've already left here, and I keep forgetting I could just press a button to go here. Let's see if we have a side quest involving the granny. I like how, oh, that's so nice. See, when you see her here, she's like properly dressed and things like that. She's not showing off the abs. Also, what's going on with her eye? Am I seeing the grass through her face? Oh no. Granny, you might want to get that checked out. So she'll contribute in equal measure, and by equal measure, I hope... You know what, it would actually be nice? If Granny shows up and does her Hulk Strike as a raid skill. I think I'd also be okay with that, chat. Wow, we got no new quests now that Granny's here. And apparently Hummel wants the snowflake soap that we picked up very recently, so let's give it to him. So Hummel snatched it, so he said so it is soap. He'd given up hope that he'd find any on the cursed island, but we had excellent timing, so he'll gladly take it. I'm not gonna ask what is there to wash. I feel like that's kind of obvious, but we'll say it's good enough.
Yes.
He says he wants someone to use this. No, I need to use it. A transporter can never leave any traces on their packages. It's of dire importance that we keep ourselves clean. A sensible and helpful gift indeed. Hummel's approval increased. Hummel's strength went up by 5. Okay. Adel's strength went up by 2. Okay. You know, just we're getting those minor upgrades, chat. Now I will completely forget where this was. Was it in help? Okay, so it wasn't help. So we're at 103 in terms of reputation. I don't know what it's out of. But we have 25 of Donna's virtue, so we could keep track of that. It appears that we found about 50% of everything. So are we halfway through the game already at this point? We found a lot of harvest points. I mean, I feel like we've been making good progress, but I'm still surprised that we're that far along. Okay, so they're just mentioning they want to go to the Great Temple. Yeah, Thanatos hasn't formally joined us yet, so we can't take advantage of him to go somewhere else, unfortunately. So we're going to hand over the formula we got earlier. Now we can create the bitter remedy. Unfortunately, we're not getting anything new to deal with this, so I think none of the items here are worth spending our time on. Okay, so they're apparently busy discussing something.
What should I upgrade?
Unfortunately, until we fight another boss, we're not going to get anything useful.
All right. How can I help you today?
Wow, I just realized Hummel has a lot of strength. How did he get so much strength, actually? Yeah, nothing in here actually adds strength, but he's at 388, which completely surpasses Adol. But obviously he is nothing before the might of Sahad. I'm sorry, Rakota. I just don't feel like I have an urge to use you. Your health is just way too low. Your defense is okay, but I mean, like, I'm not even equipping Sahad with anything great, and he's just clearly better than every character we have. Like, he hasn't gotten a single stat boost yet. I'm very tempted to just give the remainders to him. So we still have this location we can't do anything about. And we are 1.1% approximately away from getting a new gift. So I guess the only thing we could do now is progress the plot. And again, maybe we'll get that 1.1% for a new item. Actually, let's go back for that treasure chest. I didn't see it when we were in there, but we'll take another look. Maybe I just missed it and didn't realize it was a chest. Because we definitely went in that building, but I didn't see the second one. But that doesn't mean it wasn't there.
On guard. Yeah. Yeah.
So we can't go that way because it's sealed.
Yeah.
I know, Chad. I think the dream team would be like Dogi, Granny, and Master Kong. I'm just saying, I think they could solve all the problems of the game. Hands down. No contest. Oh, that's right. It was locked. It was locked. That's right. Short-term memory, chat. Well, I'll climb the stairs and head south, because at least I'm starting to understand how this place works without needing a map. Nope, I didn't mean to touch the crystal. I was just jumping and rolling. Okay, so we're in a new area of the map. Ooh.
What is this building, Father?
It's the mountain gate that leads to the temple. The people here must have worshipped that big tree, just like Adol said.
Okay, just want to make sure they were done with their conversation. This appears to be an altar. Sahad's just jealous. Listen, he saw us tumbling around and he just can't help himself. He wanted to join in chat. So we are still a little under a percentage away of getting something useful. So we have two paths we could take here. I'll try going up here first. Right, so this puts us on the other side of the locked door we couldn't do anything about. Can we open it from here? No. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Actually, speaking of which... I'll equip this just so we fill out more of the map as we go along. So we're in between two doors we cannot open. So I do hope we get a key of some sort later. Well, anyway. At least now we know where that goes. Let's proceed down here. Or actually, no. There's nothing we could do there. We'll just go straight ahead then. Well, the temple itself still looks like it's intact. Yet another save crystal. So Thanatos says, here we are. We could see this from the mountain, but now it's right in front of us. Everybody keeps saying it's so quiet. So now Thanatos is wondering if the tree behind the temple is the Great Tree of Origins. Let's get a closer look. Well, we're gonna touch the save point just for the autosave.
I'm gonna catch a ton.
I was just about to ask if there was any fish here.
I'm going.
Laxi is kind of short. I'm not sure if I can reach this.
I'm getting nervous.
Oh. Okay, it actually threw where I aimed that time, so there we go.
It's here.
I'll take advantage of her ability. Ooh, this one's kind of hard to pull in.
Everything's smooth.
So presumably a very big fish. I am mashing that button, chat. It is barely moving. Ooh.
Fine catch.
Oh, we've caught this one before. It's very big, though. Yeah. Oh, we got more of the primitive flowers.
Let's go!
Here we go.
I guess I'll have adult fish there.
What's biting today? Bite!
So another really big fish, probably the same one. But I think this also gives us primordial meat, potentially, which will save me some time, because this is much quicker to do than fighting the T-Rex.
Well, better than nothing.
I can't tell if it's because the fish is smaller, or the fact that Laxia is smaller, that the fish looks shorter in this cutscene. It's fine, we're just gonna introduce the god of death to the tree of life. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. It's fine. It's fine, chat. Oh, there's those enemies again.
Leveled up?
Are we not going to talk about the fact that it looks like they're well armed? They're using tools. And then we beat the bones out of them. Annihilated, chat. Absolutely annihilated. They're like, what a strange mechanism. I wonder how it functions. Enter hole. Okay. I mean, chat, in my defense, I was saying if there was going to be a hidden passageway, I thought it was going to be closer to Donna's room. And here we are, where we found her room in the temple, and we've almost instantly came across a hidden passageway. This room seems familiar. Oh, is this literally Donna's room? Wow, I called that. Actually, no. You know what? This makes sense. I take that back, because... Yeah, that's right. Remember, chat, when I went to the bookshelf before, she did mention a secret passage was here, so Donna actually already knows about that. It just dawned on me that we were actually told about it just now. So for now, I'm going to leave. We're going to see what exploring the other areas yields to us. Even if it's all just closed off, this is just counting towards percentage on our completion map. So we can't do anything with that door. Speaking of which, how are we doing with Sahad's skills? Oh, so he still needs to level his rock toss and his fishing net. That's fair.
Here you go. Come here. I got stronger again.
He got stronger again, chat. Sahad needed it. He wasn't doing enough damage before, chat. So if we go up this way, is this locked or something? Oh, we can't interact with this at all. So okay, so we only have one direction we can go, unfortunately. So let's destroy that awkward box, and we'll go through the secret passage. Maybe Sahad does have a stun move on smaller enemies. I mean, that seemed to pull them out of the air, so now I'm kind of curious. Let's see, chat. I take it back. Maybe Sahad has a stun move that Donna had. Hello, chubby monster with a giant club. You're looking more... I keep wanting to say mouse-like, but then it's like, I think marsupial simultaneously. It's a very interesting creature design either way. Oh, it tripped me at some point. Oops. That's a big ol' shockwave. Goodbye, big-bellied beast. We murdered you even though this is probably your habitat and we probably shouldn't kill you. But listen, Sahad craves murder. Alright, I need you to cease existing.
I'll take this. How's that?
Poor sentient creature. I mean, if it's smart enough to use clubs, it just seems like we should have been able to communicate with it. I'm just saying. Chris is saying it looks like a bilby. Maybe. I haven't seen an image of one in quite a while. But I mean, the way I described it also... yeah, I guess that would work for a bilby in description. Needs more Australian representation. Oh, this I get clubbed in the face. Sahad, you are such a monster. Look at that damage, chat. I love that I could have been punished for not being able to dodge roll during that move, and Sahad's 10% evade triggered, so he took no damage. Chat, Sahad's a cheater. Oh, just giant pit leading to the abyss, okay. Thank you for letting me destroy random urns gain. I missed it. I'm just making sure we explored everywhere. So we open the door. Oh, that's an air tumble. So we might as well continue this way, I guess. Not too many alternate paths so far, unfortunately. A bit more linear than I was expecting. Well, we're gonna open up the other path here, presumably. There's a nice little save crystal. Oh, I was gonna ask how we get down there easily, and I could just walk off the edge. Fair enough, game. And where would this have taken? Oh, this is just the alternate way to get there. So what's this over here then? Is this where we came in originally? Okay, it is. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and touch the save point. Okay, I did not get cutscened. I'm feeling some kind of fight. What about you, chat? Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's the forearm statue. I forgot that's where it was. But it seems... I don't know. It seems like it's in a different location. Is it gonna fight us? I don't remember it being dead center in the arena. Yeah, chat, because I remember one of them being to the side earlier. And we were taking a look at that. But dead center? Very suspicious, chat. We're in a very big boss arena. Oh, I'm expecting this thing to come to life. Look at it. It's even a different color than the other statues.
Check out this weird-looking statue.
Oh, Sahad, this is obviously a trap.
The strength its form exudes is quite palpable.
You know, it looks pretty strong, but I'm pretty sure Sylvia could take it with her sword. I'm just saying.
Still, this is an odd spot to erect a statue.
It's because it's not a statue. Or if it is, it's going to come to life and destroy us. I mean, either way, it's going to swing at us. Let's be real, chat. There we go, glowing eye. There we go. What's the name of this statue guardian thing? Masterless Sanctuary Protector Brachion.
Ah! What's happening?
Well, Sahad, if you close your eyes, you can't tell what's happening.
It's a moving statue! I read about that in a book once!
Everybody's closing their eyes, chat.
That was just a story, Rakona.
Even Lexia's closing her eyes.
Then why is this one moving?
How should I know?
Get ready, everyone!
Well, hopefully this thing is weak to smash. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, level 40. So we're in the right level-ish. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to be that split up, but that's fine. Ooh, I have to be careful with that move, because that does leave me open. Ooh, dodging slightly too early. But fortunately, we're able to do a lot of damage in the meantime. Ooh, too early again. I gotta slow down the dodge rolls. I'm reacting to the arm, but not the attack motion, which is not good for us. Okay, that time I'm gonna back up. There we go. Oh, we stunned it? Okay. Again, Sahad's damage is insane, chat. Like, why is he doing 1,000 plus sometimes? Is that his crit chance kicking in or something? Oh, I'm gonna back up. Oh, I was trying to parry that while dodging, but I think it pulled me slightly towards him. Alright, we're backing up. Punishing him with the rock move, because that does just so much damage. Punished him with the rock move again. Oh, that homed on us a little bit. Oh, Sahad. Hey, it leveled everybody, so that works. Chat, are we really surprised Sahad basically dunked the statue effortlessly? I mean, I feel like I barely took any damage with Sahad. Ah, Sahad, you're so good. I don't even feel like using Adol. He's just so much weaker than Sahad is now. It doesn't make any sense, and I love it. It's like protagonists getting bonuses from being friends with all the other party members. Still like half the man Sahad is. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine, chat, if we'd been pumping Sahad's strength and defense this whole time? Because he hasn't taken a single stat increase yet. What a monster. I'm also distracted again by his silver badge. He's going very cowboy on us, as I mentioned before. So it must have been powered by the Kingdom of Eternia. So she's asking if the people who lived here use magic. I'm gonna say maybe. I mean, technically. So Essence powered the statue. They're thinking it's a very advanced civilization, which is fine. Now we could continue on to the south. I mean, chat, I found my boss kill move. It's no longer the twirl. It's the dunk. I mean, it leaves me unable to dodge for long periods of time, which is a little risky, but I think I found most of my openings correctly there.
This must be the Great Tree of Origins.
Especially when I did the dodge roll into parry. Then its damage just became completely ludicrous.
It's huge!
Yeah, look at the size of that thing. Adol, go see for yourself what's at the base of the tree.
Well, we'll talk to Laxia before we do that. So she's saying, it looks as though multiple trunks have become entangled here. I've never heard of a tree that could grow so large. I wonder what Thanatos wanted to show us. Well, let's talk to Thanatos. So he wants us to look at the root of the trees, sure. Oh, Rakota is speechless, according to her. So Hummel says he feels as though he's looking at eternity itself. Is there going to be a woman there? Is it going to be Donna? We have a suspiciously colored tree. Oh, I think that was literally her. Ooh, she made it to the present. Oh, no, chat. You're actually... Wait, you're bringing her to the present? Oh, chat. Oh, Sahad Donna team, chat, all the way. Oh.
Are you?
Are we gonna catch her dramatically? Yeah. Although she's not falling at all still. That was very delayed.
Adol? Why can't I remember?
Hey, Adol, who's the girl?
Saw Donna all the way. Fair enough, chat. Chat, I know we are potentially getting our maybe one of our final party members, but I'm just thinking, chat, we just got double jump.
I saw this girl from the sky when the pterosaur captured me. And after I heard Adol's story, I put 2 and 2 together.
Did you just say Donna? Is that her?
Found Adol! Found Adol!
Hello, Pero.
Hello, Ricotta.
Hey, Pero, what's going on?
Castaway Village in trouble. Raid incoming. Repeat, raid incoming.
A raid? Now?
I think we should take her back to the village at once. Dogi and the others need to know about all this. About what we've seen up here, about Thanatos, and about her.
That seems wise.
Man, I don't know what's going on anymore.
When traveling in a land populated by primordials, Adol discovered long-forgotten ruins. At the end of the journey, he found Donna, the girl who had been appearing in his dreams. The northern region of the island contained the remains of the ancient kingdom of Eternia. Quote, if Donna is supposed to be from the past, why did we find her sleeping in the ruins of Eternia? Well, I mean, like, again, we're not sure when the temple was destroyed. It doesn't necessarily have to be a super long period of time. So Adol ruminated over this mysterious turn of events as he returned to the village. End of chapter 4. Well, I guess we'll try meeting up with the Master Kong again. He was very stubborn with us. But now that we're in a new chapter, maybe he'll train us, chat. I think we also got a new recipe, so we could potentially cook it at some point to give to Mishi. So according to Lick, she's in stable health. It's Lexi saying, I thought Donna was a person from the distant past. Zahad saying, maybe the King of Eternia existed more recently than we thought. I mean, it's possible she could have put herself in, like, suspended animation too. Like, we can't really come to anything conclusive yet, unfortunately. Yeah, Hummel saying that wouldn't explain why the kingdom has been reduced to ruins. I mean, again, if it was a magical blast, I don't think it would take too many years for it to look like that, honestly. She's got a symbol on her shoulder. Ooh, look at that kind of demonic-looking eye. Hummel says it might be an aspect of Eternian culture, or perhaps proof she was the maiden.
Adol.
I'm assuming this is Euron. Yep. I ask him how the beast situation is. So they're just gathering in numbers. Doki has something he wants to talk to you about. You guys should head to the village center. Okay. Fair enough, chat. Chapter 5, Maiden of the Great Tree. So Dogi's saying, the ruins of a lost civilization and the girl has been appearing in your dreams. Couldn't have imagined you'd find all that on the north side of the island. Euron says, if you hadn't brought her back, I would have said you guys were losing it or something. Thanatos is here, but he still hasn't formally joined the village. Cough, cough, game. Please give us access to him. So it says, you don't seem all that surprised, though. So Dogi's saying, hang around Adol long enough and you'll build up a tolerance to his crazy stories. Or, in his case, complete immunity. Thanatos is saying we'll have to regale him with tales of adventure someday. We'll say sure thing. I don't think we want to hear Thanatos' adventures, honestly. It's fine, Thanatos. Okay, so what are the pressing concerns, Laxia? It's obvious that a great mystery lies at the heart of this deserted island. Dogi agrees, although we've got ship blueprints, we're not out of the woods just yet. We have to survive the beast raids. It's also become more obvious that the primordials are getting more aggressive. Which we learned the essence was used to kind of beat them back. And I guess since they haven't been doing it for a while, they're kind of growing out of control. So we're gonna ask Donna when she wakes up for some answers. But she's also lost her memories, which I guess if you keep meddling with the past, it would confuse somebody in the present. I mean, I guess that's a fair way to interpret the paradox situation we're in. I'll say I don't think that'll be an issue. She'll join us. At this point, now that she's actually here, she'll join us. Ooh, they're sounding the alarm. Looks like a conversation about Donna is being cut short. Raid incoming. So let's focus our attention on the enemies at the gates. But before we do that, let's talk to some people. Hi, Sylvia. Alright, Beast, prepare yourself. We haven't been able to give her an item yet, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't see new items here.
Oh, done already?
So that's kind of disappointing. So we can trade 1 jewel for a Wheel of Eternity. Excuse me. We might end up doing that, chat. It does add a random ability to stun the opponent, which, again, longer stun time is always nice. So we're just wish luck there. Speaking of which, I think we have another recipe lingering around here somewhere. Oh, or not. Maybe I just misremembered. Maybe I was thinking of the soap that we picked up. So it seems that we've used all of our key items here. We got the ship blueprints. We don't have any medicines left over. Yeah, I guess we dealt with it all, I suppose. Oh, I think I just realized, I think I read it as soup before, but it was soap. I was just thinking about why I thought we had a food item. Oops. My bad, chat. So let us go this way. Did we have any unique conversations between these two? Apparently, Thanatos thinks we need to teach a lesson to those mannerless beasts. Apparently he's going to show us what a difference years of experience can make. They're very happy about murder. I want to check one thing out. You know what, chat? It says we actually have rescued 18 people. So, chat, that means in theory... Well, actually, first of all, is it going to let us leave? Oh, it will. Okay. I was gonna say, we have enough people to go see what the landslide was that was over there. I'm assuming that this is a plot raid event, so we can't avoid it. The icon is red. So, I mean, worst comes to worst, we just back up slightly. I'll make a save here, just in case. We'll just save in a new chapter slot, it's fine. Let's see. Master Kong, are you finally willing to teach us? Or are you waiting for Donna or something strange? And that's why you won't help us? Wow, he still says no. I have a feeling maybe he wants to see Donna, unfortunately. So we have 18 people to deal with the stone pillar. But unfortunately, we have no really good save point to use? Like, all of them are pretty far away, honestly. I guess we'll try it from this one. Yeah, let's just go this way. We'll take advantage of our hyper speed. And again, the more we walk around, the stronger Sahad becomes. He's already our most damaging character by far. You know what's weird is that when we had the flash guard, I think it's... Oh, that actually paralyzed us. That's annoying. Guys, guess because it hit us multiple times. But what I was trying to say is that Sahad seemed to be doing bonus damage randomly to the other foe. I'm guessing maybe the move hit a weaker part of the boss? Because we saw when I used Flash Guard, I think that one automatically guarantees crits, and that only did 900 when we crit. So that doesn't explain why we were doing 1300 at points. Other than it was like maybe a crit of a weak point sort of area. Oh yeah, see the bird came back, chat. So if we want more pearls, I guess we just have to keep coming back here repeatedly.
Switch! Leave it to me!
Unfortunately, I did get kind of injured because I didn't realize I was paralyzed right away. I should have been paying more attention to the status ailments in the bottom right.
Oh, there's something there.
But hey, we'll just get more ore in the meantime. we'll try to ignore the enemy trying to kill us. It's fine. Ooh, ancient lumber. I don't know how much of that we've gotten, actually. I don't feel like too much. More sparkling leaves. I'm gonna ignore these creatures. Oh, I think I damaged it with the dash attack. Oops, so I made it aggressive, but we're gonna leave. I need to remember that actually dashing causes damage now. Does that mean I could just run into plants and things? Oh, it does mean I could just run into plants and things. Okay, that's kind of neat. Well, come here, village. We're gonna put in a help request. I know the village is about to be destroyed, but we're gonna ask everybody to help us. And Thanatos counts towards our number, which is great. So thanks to everybody's help, we're able to clear a path. Let's see what's over here, chat. Stone Pillar Wind Cave. I'm just happy we have another save point we can easily go to.
Huh? Hey, check that out. The view is great. Here we go.
Interesting area. Lots of hexagons? I think they're hexagons. I'm not counting the number of sides. I'm just assuming. But it's very geometric. Only strange masses. I was hoping we get a new material type here. So we have an upgrade to the plant we saw in the forest. Lexi is fortunately able to dispatch it pretty quickly. Again, the damage she deals with this is completely absurd.
My turn. Leave it to me.
I can't make that jump normally, chat. I think we all know what time it is. Alright, so let me get a good running start. Oh, pfft, I tumbled. I keep forgetting if I let go too early, it does the tumble.
Over here. Over here. Bring it on. Over here.
There we go. That should be good, chat.
I'll take this.
Oh, it didn't let me go that way? Why couldn't I make that jump still? I feel robbed, chat. Wow, this game has some really weird invisible walls. I'm not gonna lie. I would not have figured that would have missed. Ooh, I'm too fast to make that platform while running. That's kind of annoying with the dash boots. No, I can't seem to curve it just enough. Okay, let's try this again. Again, when you try to run and then jump, like, sometimes you tumble, and I don't want that to happen. Like, there I just pressing the run button, and that causes the tumble. Because I guess because I'm not holding it, but I need to hold it to run, which is causing me to not be able to make that jump, which is kind of annoying. We're gonna come back to this. I'm pretty sure we can make this jump. We'll just give it a go with more abilities. Wait, where's this chest at? Oh, is it like up here up there somewhere? So we have a very small cave, but it's very vertical. Ah, there's a place we can climb. Now that might be a place of interest. Oh, I almost had it there. Again, I think we're supposed to come here with Donna, but I'm just kind of curious. There we go. I knew Sahad could make it up there. I keep going in there to equip adventuring gear, and I need to tell myself that that's not where that is. If you're wondering why I do that sometimes, chat, I'm like, oh, let me equip the relic, and I'm like, oh, it's not in a traditional equip menu. Okay, we purged that monster from existence. So I think we can kind of over here it. There we go. See, we got to it eventually, chat. Hermit's Remedy attained. Yeah, this is kind of awkward to do without the double jump. I'm not entirely sure if you're supposed to be able to make that jump without Sahad, because we already know Sahad can get more height than all the other characters in the game, because of course he can. Is there anywhere I could jump to other than that vine? Doesn't look like it. I don't have a lot of meter, which is a bit concerning. I did not want to do an aerial attack there. I actually just wanted to do the over here. Hold on, let me touch this. This should help us. Oh no, that's right. This one doesn't recover SP. This might be a little too hard. I need to hit something for some meter. So let's exit and come back in. We just need to hit like anything for any SP. So let's hopefully respawn some enemies. Perfect. There we go. Now we have a lot of over here energy. Again, I think our extended tumble distance makes platforming kind of hard if we only have a limited jump space. So I had to back up a lot there in order to make that jump. Oh, that enemy actually followed us up all the way over here. That's interesting. Well, it's dead now. Alright, so let's try this again, and hopefully I don't launch myself. You know what? I'll take that. I feel like I'm definitely hitting the skill button, but sometimes it just doesn't take. But that's fine. Please don't hit. Please don't hit me off this platform. This is so obnoxious. Please help.
Treasure chest.
Oh, I know it's a treasure chest. Fry recipe attained.
Here we go.
Alright, so let's try to get over here and take this chest. Right, mango attained. Hopefully this creature will get to a point I can hit it. Silliness, chat. It really wanted me, though. It was hunting me down. There's nowhere I can jump to escape it, apparently. Okay, so this is quite a vertical level, actually. Chad, I don't know how I grabbed it either. I think it was just the power of Sahad. You know, Sahad doing is like 2k plus strike. Oh hey, we actually exited the area and we could see the sky. Again, I'm not entirely sure if you're supposed to be able to make that without the double jump. But hey, we're making a lot of progress at least. And you know what that means? We're going to be at least 60% explored. So we could pick up another item when we go back to town. Again, he just absolutely nukes that creature from existence. There is nothing fair about that. So it looks like we can climb further, which is good. How do I reach that with our limited jump? Because I don't think I can make this normally. Yeah, not even Sahad can make that. Unfortunately, I need the extra skill. Like, see that, chat? He's just, like, a little shy of making that. Is there some way I can fall towards it? Because Sahad could definitely fall towards this. Oh, no, I could make it from here. Okay. We didn't need... Oh. Sahad, you scared me. You moved diagonal on me for some reason. This looks like a point of interest.
This looks like a pterosaur nesting ground.
Oh, is this where Thanatos got snatched?
This is a great view! What a nice home.
So we have received 3 out of 5 treasure, but I only see an indicator for 1 treasure. What a mystery, chat. Also, this didn't count as a point of interest somehow. Which also kind of surprises me, honestly. I'm just making sure we don't take fall damage. So where was the other chest at? Oh, there it is.
Over here! Over here! Bring it on! Over here! Over here!
Defense elixir attained. Oh. Well, I stopped my vertical momentum by just taunting. So I guess that works. Huh. Oh no, it says there's a chest in the bottom left. Oh. That's kind of far, chat.
Over here! Bring it on! Bring it on! Over here! Bring it on! Bring it on! Over here! Bring it on! Over here! Over here! Bring it on! Bring it on!
Chat, is he actually gonna make this?
Over here! Over here! Bring it on! Over here! Over here! Over here! Bring it on!
Oh my gosh, chat. Look at the Sahad flight technique.
Over here! Bring it on! Over here! Over here!
Oh my gosh, chat. What a god. Saint Ring attained. There is no way we were supposed to be able to reach this with single jump. Listen, chat. Sometimes Sahad just wants to take flight with his sea legs. Oh no. How are you supposed to reach this normally other than Sahad? Oh no. Is there even a vine we could do that at? Like, can we grab that? No.
Something there.
he just took flight all the way across the arena, chat. Well, let's go see what the ring is. Half SP cost. Oh no, chat. I know where this is going. We need more adult nonsense swings. There we go. That'll suit us for the raids. Although, honestly, if we're not really taking advantage of the rare item up, we might as well give ourselves the SP cost down. Honestly. Maybe I should do that. Have Sahad with the half SP cost. Yeah, this is probably fine. Whatever. Because, you know, Sahad needs more airtime, chat. Look, we're just flexing all over gravity. We've dominated gravity. We've asserted that it is meaningless. So now the skill only costs 3, and we presumably just have hundreds and hundreds of SP at this point. Oh, Sahad, you monster. Chat, we got our 100% clear of the cave in one try. It helps when you can fly across the entire arena. Again, I don't know how the game expected you to get to that treasure, and chat, we'll never have to know. We just don't ever need to know how you're supposed to normally get that. Look, sometimes you just have to take flight and believe. That's all. I guess for this one I can leave him with the SP cost on. I probably should get the rare drop rate up on somebody. I just don't know who should have it. Like, I guess I could technically get rid of the Warrior Seal, but all of her abilities are kind of far behind, as are Hummel's. Sahad doesn't need it. That's why Sahad is just kind of like whatever. I'm not going to use Upper Break. I didn't like the skill. I'll continue to use the Sign Toss though. That actually seemed decent. And reducing this from 40 SP to 20 just makes Sahad more godlike in my opinion. Although I feel like Vortex barely went down in cost comparatively, which is a shame. But now our ridiculously unfair spammable move is also only 5 SP, so there's that, I guess. You know, let's just have a quick nap.
I will transport.
Oh, Sahad. You are the best platforming character in action RPG history, I think. you just straight up defy gravity. Like, outside of characters that have literal flight, like, come on. What a monster. He's just gonna glide forever, chat. Well, I think we messed around enough. We don't need to reduce our SP cost too much for Adol. We mostly just need enough for the raids. So I think we talked to just about everybody. Except for Sahad, I think. Okay, so they're saying they can't afford to lose the blueprints now. Oh, Lexi's over here. Mysterious things keep happening, but let's just do what we can for now. So unfortunately, we did not get an ability to upgrade anything, and since she hasn't joined our party formally, we can't seem to upgrade her there either. I guess we'll just take Cabbage for now. Let's make sure to talk to Reha in case we picked up anything, like seeds. Hello, Queena. She's staring at Shuville. No one beats her in a staring contest. So unfortunately, we received no new fish. Sorry, Shuville. Did we get any new entries on the tree? No. Because, I mean, we can see 6 shells, but there's only 5 requests at the moment. Okay. So I think we are good to go. Let us take advantage of our mobility and our SP costs. I forget, does he want all of them? Yeah, he wants all of them. Okay. So apparently he was trying to dry out clothes near the fire, and the clothes caught fire. That's kind of special. Well, chat, I guess we'll begin the raid. Level 4 recommended level for Primordial Stampede, Area Mountain, Wave 3. A horde of Primordials is approaching. Together we'll drive them back. So actually, before we do that, let us see if we can fortify the village with anything. See, we're still missing some things. Oh, we got enough of ancient lumber and ancient hide, it seems. I'm not sure where we got the ancient hide from. The lumber we definitely picked up from the plains, but we'll enhance them.
All finished.
So the stockade, unfortunately, we need lots of things we don't have. Oh, that hard fiber again.
Are you done?
Oh, that's a good point, chat. Granny is in fight mode. Look at that. She is ready. Let's get a close-up of Granny again. See, we talked to her earlier, but she was not in fight pose mode. Good call, chat.
Okay, let's start this.
Yeah!
On guard.
Switch!
I won't let them pass.
Okay, some enemies up ahead. The little small ones. So unfair, Chad.
Don't let him break it again.
Alright, let's freeze him here. It'll buy time for the extra skill to respawn. Oh, something actually wasn't hit by me? Strange.
A surprise attack? Be careful!
I was hoping the gong would stun the big one, but the big one kind of went out of range.
Is everyone okay?
There we go.
They're wide open.
Oh, barely dodged it. There we go. I think we did that without getting hit. Yeah. So I think it went well. Flash move, we got an extra skill, eradication, no damage. So looking good, on track for the S rank. You know, those dodges do make up for like a missed no damage.
Thank you very much.
That's pretty good.
Situation report. Doggy squad
We need
doing
to
well.
salvage
Doggy
this.
squad doing well.
Leave it to me.
Again, how is the team with Dogi struggling against anything? Let's be real here, chat.
Doggy squad struggling. Doggy squad struggling.
Oh, I think Sahad definitely did some damage there. Again, I'll hit these enemies to get a little bit of SP back.
Go ahead and eat up. Right now.
Oh, it attacked the lure.
Please, take this. Finish it.
There we go.
Coming your way.
We're still doing pretty good, even without the full SP.
Please take this.
Let's finish it.
Don't underestimate me.
Ooh, it's damaging our lure a little bit. But fortunately, I think our allies got our back there. Not bad. So we still haven't been hit, I don't think. We just have to be careful with these enemies. I should probably switch to Laxia. But it's fine, we'll kill with the skill finish.
Everyone, get ready.
I swear, if the little dinosaur hits me after all that, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh!
Keep it together, everyone.
Oh no, another one spawned! Oh, that was mean. That was mean, game. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna extra skill. Jerk game. I guess the little dinosaur that I killed just spawned another one, because I was about to look at the mini-map. Oh well. We got the extra skill. Man, that was on the last enemy too. That's so disappointing. But hey, at least we got another extra skill, I guess. So we're already at 64,000 points. That's good. So we're on the final wave.
Nice. That's great.
We're looking to get maybe 80,000 or so in points. Oh, fade to black. Oh, must be the boss.
What's happening?
Primordials, just keep coming.
This is pretty tough.
Is Donna gonna bail us out?
We knew the primordials were starting to become more active, but now they seem much more aggressive than usual.
Wow, they really are just kind of roaming everywhere to reach us.
More primordials.
They'll overwhelm us.
Here she comes, the big reveal. Oh. According to this, she's like 30 times more powerful than Sahad somehow.
Donna?
She's awake.
help you.
Donna joined the party. Arrange and equip your party. Well, we'll put Donna in because that'll increase Adel's damage, who we're using. So I'm okay with this. She has no accessories, unfortunately. So she lost her stunned ring. I guess that's why you could spend one to get it back. We don't have too many great items for her, unfortunately. So I think the best I'm going to do is maybe HP absorb, evade up.
Come on, just a little more.
We need to salvage this!
No!
Aw, that clipped me from a very far away distance. I didn't even think I was anywhere near in range of that. I'm noticing a small damage increase. Again, I think the important thing is just keep our lures and stuff alive. So now that I don't care about my health, I'm just gonna go in.
Leave it to me!
Here's a little gift for the beast.
So that one move we're using to stun loop enemies doesn't seem to work here. However, we get a lot of health from our multi-strikes. Unfortunately, that enemy went out of our attack range. Okay, let's use our rage mode. So I got poison, but we're regenning so much health it doesn't matter. Wow, chat, we're getting like 60, 70 health back every hit. Wow, that's actually a lot of health. Donna's kind of monstrous, chat. Like, she's just straight up tanking these hits and doesn't care. And it just gave her hand-me-down equipment. Like, that's not fair, chat.
I'll join in. Believe in your weapon.
So we are out healing the poison. So this seems to have been a good choice. Because again, she strikes so many times for high damage that it seems to be working in our favor. Okay, I just want to use the extra skill because we have it.
Let's finish it!
Okay, let's go protect our lures. So now with her enhanced damage, I mean, I don't know about you, chat, but she's doing a ton of damage. Like, this is on par with Sahad. So unfortunately we lost a barricade, but I got a flash move out of it. So that makes up some of the points that we lost. I think overall we did really well. We got over 100,000 points with only one barricade destroyed.
I'm happy I could help.
I like that Allison did the most to help compared to everybody else.
Let's go! Let's go!
Are you ready?
Uh-oh, chat, she's using extra skill multiple times. That's not fair.
My word.
What incredible speed and power!
She's stronger than she looks.
Donna is so cool. I guess this is the part where I say nice to meet you. I'm Donna. It's nice to finally meet you, Adol. We did it, everyone!
Yeah, good job.
I'm just getting that skill usage up while we're recovering SP. So again, I think we did pretty well.
I'm the best.
Oh my gosh. Does he really go, I'm the best? That is a good voice clip.
I'm happy I could help. Good.
Wow, they only got an A with...
Impressive.
Wait, Sylvia didn't even... Wait, hold on, chat. Hold on. Allison got higher points than Dogi and Sylvia. What alternative reality are we living in that the Taylor got more points than every other character? Excuse me? Wow, Dogi's slacking, chat. Hey, we finally got Hard Fiber and also Diamond Shell. That's good. We also needed Essence. We needed basically everything there. So because we got the S rank, we got the Spirit Elixir, the Life Elixir, Essence Panzer, which I think we also needed, and more Essence Stone. Oh, chat, we can upgrade our weapons finally, and maybe we could finally beat that other challenge, which we somehow were not clearing fast enough, and I'm hoping now that we've leveled, it should just be an instant win, but we'll see how it is. Okay, so they're saying basically the Kingdom of Eternia existed in an era where primordials flourished. Donna says that's correct. Lexi says she can't believe people actually lived alongside primordials. I'm not really sure why this is a surprise to her at this point. That literally contradicts every last scholarly paper written on the subject. Well, I mean, we're in a place no one's been. How long ago did primordials exist? Lexia responds to Ricotta's question, as all that we know is that they lived a very long time ago. But no one knows for certain when the primordials flourished. So Hummel says, no, your memories are fuzzy, but do you remember anything else? So she remembers her name, and she's the Maiden of the Great Tree. She remembers sharing consciousness with Adol through dreams and the crystals, but don't remember why she's here in this era, or why she was asleep at the base of the Great Tree. Uh-oh, she can't remember what brought her here. Not good, chat. Uh-oh. Causing her to remember hurts her head. The more she tries to remember, the worse it gets. So Dosie's asking what we should do. Maybe we should try to help her get her memories back before we do anything else. Yeah, how would we do that exactly, other than taking her back to the ruins? Donna's asking Adol to accompany her. We'll say of course. I mean, does she need to rest when she can heal like 50-60 health a combo? Yeah, she does crazy damage, chat. So the visions we've been seeing are the key to regaining her memories. So wait, hold on. So if we as Adol touch a save crystal, does that impact the present Donna? Could she then remember what we're doing because of that? She said, will Donna see herself in the future now? This is opening up a lot of questions, chat. Also, Sahad may as well have wings. I mean, it's true. He's letting him know over there, and he just taunts his way through gravity and space and time and everything. Just destroys it all, chat. He's like, I can't descend if I'm an angel. So anyway, Thanatos is saying we've reached our decision. I'm telling you, he's the angel of the battlefield, chat. Listen, he could fly, he one-shot kills everything, he's the savior. All hail Sahad. You're on saying we're hoping they're not interrupting. You're on Thanatos, looks like we're all here, so presumably they're going to talk about the ship. There's a reason we called everybody here tonight. Laxia, if it's not about... Come on, it has to be about the ship. Thanks to Thanatos and Hummel, we got our hands on some ship blueprints. Oh, Laxia, come on, of course that's what they were going to talk about. And since we got so many people here, we figured we could start building it. Sahad says, finally. Euron says, I hear that, but we got a problem. Namely, we need a ton of materials to build it. Adol, I'd like you to be in charge of gathering the necessary materials. Obviously, I've asked the others to help you, but you're the best man for the job. Excuse me, Sahad is the best man for the job. And Donna is the best character for the job, because she's also pretty godlike. So, Laxi says, after all, we've been working towards escaping this island from the beginning. No objections here, so we're all just gonna assist. I tagged a list of the materials we need on the bulletin board. Check it out when you get a chance. Okay. Speaking of shits, I've been hearing a weird rumor lately. Dogi, now's not the time. Yeah, what weird rumor? A strange fog has been rolling over the ocean these days, and whenever the fog rolls in, it appears. The Kraken? Oh, I was like, as I was about to say, we saw the Kraken not in the fog. You know what, chat? We are in the most cursed island. Listen, not only is there a Kraken defending it, but randomly the fog will roll in and we get attacked by ghost ships. Like, that is truly unfortunate for us, chat. Zahad does not like the thought of a ghost ship. Rakota is very excited to meet one, though. Thanatos is also craving to see ghosts. Donna also wants to see ghosts. Only Sahad doesn't want to see it. He says, the only thing I'm more scared of than ghosts is dealing with my angry wife. Oh, poor Sahad. It sounds like he's having some kind of domestic abuse issues of some sort, perhaps. But anyway, hello, Laxia. So she's saying this island is crazy enough without adding rumors of a ghost ship into the mix. He thought... Well, Dogi's saying he thought it was nuts, but it sounds like a lot of the other castaways have seen this thing, too. So apparently we have a lot of witness accounts, but no concrete proof. And honestly, we don't need to worry about it right now. Sahad, fly into the ocean and board the ghost ship. It's fine. We don't need a ship. We just need more SP. I think that's what we're secretly doing, chat. We're not gathering wood. We're just gathering enough potions so that way he can restore his SP for the flight back to the continent. We're all gonna ride on Dogi's shoulders. Or not Dogi's shoulders, Sahad's shoulders. But I suppose Dogi could be holding us on Sahad. That would also work. Okay, Hummel says he understands the main goal is to build the ship, but aren't we forgetting one important detail? I mean, nobody's mentioned the Kraken. Do you mean Donna? I mean... I'm just gonna go with the option that makes the most sense. We can't achieve our ultimate goal of leaving the island without clearing that obstacle. Even with this ship, we can't let that tentacled bad word roam free. So Thanatos says, how do we deal with the creature that is domain over the sea? We could try to lure it closer to land and somehow maybe drain the water, or we could build something wide enough to fight it on? I don't know. I feel like there's a few options. Donna's saying she might have something. She knows what an oceanus is. So that's apparently the name of the Kraken. Extensive research was carried out in order to establish safe passage by sea. Records of the oceanus's ecology might still exist somewhere. You know what, Kevin Crazy? That's also a good point. I mean, nothing stops us from just burning everything, I suppose. I'm sure we could find chemicals that could cause fire to remain on top of the water, and then we just dare the Kraken to surface. We just dare it to deal with us. I mean, I don't think the Kraken can catch a flying Sahad, I'm just saying. I don't believe it. So this is another reference to the tower. The Baja Tower. So we did see some people talk about it in one of Donna's flashbacks, but we haven't actually been there yet. So she's saying all historical records and other valuable information are archived there. She says, though we called them Saurians in my time, I know we researched them there. She doesn't know if the tower is still standing. So that's our best lead. So we have to gather materials. We need to figure out how to deal with the Oceanus, which is the Kraken. And we're still missing 6 other castaways. So hopefully we find them very soon. Okay. So they're saying it's basically all up to us. Oh no, he says, I love it when a plan comes together. Okay, A-Team. Mr. Euron himself. Although if we're gonna give him any team, he's definitely the C team, because we don't care about Euron. Sorry, Euron. I mean, you might be an A-Team in Craftsman, but everything else, we don't care about you. It's fine. So everybody's gonna be building the ship. So presumably this is how multiple endings occur if we don't do more requests and or we don't gather all the optional castaways. Guess we'll see how it goes. Oh, now Laxi is asking the question I had earlier, which what will Hummel do now that he finished the job?
Yes.
Hummel says he'll stick around. The job's not over until I'm back at my safe house? Okay. The Tribaldo family has lived by that motto for generations. Okay, in the central district, the capital, there's a bridge east. Okay, we've tried going east and it didn't let us go there. If you leave from that bridge, the highway will take you all the way to the Baja Tower. I thought when we tried doing that, it was sealed by a door. Is it just going to be magically unsealed, or will she know how to deal with it? I guess we'll see. So they're saying they don't mind if we leave now or later, but now it seems as good a time as any to start gathering materials for the ship. Okay, so I feel like her point is actually pretty valid. We're going to go ahead and check the ship out in a moment, but I think what I'm going to do is, once we're done with this cutscene, I'm going to take a very quick break to go refill on water, and I will be right back, chat. One moment.
How exciting. Not in my nature to stand around.
Okay, chat, I am back. Let's return to the stream itself. So it sounds like the game is giving us multiple objectives. So we should check out the bulletin board first. So, gather supplies seems like what we need to progress with the plot. It's interesting that it has an expiration, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oh no, chat. Oh no, I think Hummel's gonna ask us to go to the top of the nest that we just left. Because he's saying he wants to transport the egg he found back to where it belongs. And we did come across a giant nest. So we'll talk to Hummel. Queen is saying that she could give us 5 ripe mangoes, which would be enough, I think, for the ape. And she says, Dear Adel, I'm making something super awesome. I need pretty stuff so I can finish it. For details, talk to me. We can hunt the Graduna. It says, in the cave near the mountain, there are swarms of beasts called the Graduna. Like Hyoppers, they reproduce quickly. Do your best to eliminate them. Okay. Licht is also looking for new materials for medicine. And he says the plant needed is tricky to gather. And then we also have one called Take Back the Eroded Valley. Thanatos found a bunch of strange mollusks in the Eroded Valley. Their secretions can corrode metal, which will ruin precious mineral reserves. Eliminate these creatures before it's too late. So we have a lot of quests to take. So we're going to try to do this in order and make our way eventually to the blacksmith. I didn't forget, chat. Don't worry. But there are a lot of quests to take in. So unfortunately, I think we will probably have to return the pterodactyl egg or whatever to the top. I'm hoping it's not the case. I hope I'm actually wrong. Don't think I'm wrong, chat. Okay, so he's saying that we can't just open it because the thing is still alive, so the egg has been fertilized. So we're going to be asked to do it. I'm going to ask him why are we doing this, just to get more motivation from him. He says, Primordials aren't exactly the nicest creatures, and we're not obliged to help them at all, but the Primordial in this egg hasn't done anything wrong at all. Oh, that's a good outlook, Hummel. He says, I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense to you, but that's how he feels. Okay, fair enough. Oh, don't worry, Hummel. We accidentally already went to that location, so that's a bit unfortunate that we went there early. Because now we have to go back up there. Hello. Hello, Queeno, who we just spawned in front of. So what does she want? We should apparently totally help her. I guess we're gonna ask her if she's making a charm. And apparently we knew. He explained the name of the Queen's request spoiled the surprise. It's true. She's trying to make a beautiful charm for someone. That's why she's looking for shiny materials. Again, she does look kind of like the pink-haired girl from the past, so I'm not sure what the relationship is. The hair color is too specifically the same for them to not have a relationship. So she's looking for Saurian scales, which we might have. I don't really want to tease her about the boyfriend. We'll see what she does with them, because we won't be receiving this from my understanding. Okay, so we did have the scales. So now she says she has to catch Euron off guard and take his tools. So we're gonna say it looks wonderful. And we just used his tools without permission. Sahad said when you visit a sailor's grave, you bring them a charm for their voyage. It helps guide them to heaven. Aww. She gave it to Captain Deathflag. I guess we'll say you really like the captain. says she doesn't remember it much, but I know he protected me with that big body of his. He gave his life to save me when I was in danger. She says thank you and sorry. So she says there's a lot of things to remember. Her mom gave birth to her, dad worked hard for her, they all helped her out. So she has to keep smiling. She says, don't worry, Captain, everyone's helping me out. You don't have to worry anymore. And she says, I hope you're resting well too. Well... Queen had told Adel that she visits the captain every morning. Together they clean the captain's grave and wish his soul a peaceful respite.
A great job.
5 mangoes attained. Ripe mangoes, too. Okay, well, it put us in kind of a weird spot, but I guess we'll go back down the hill and continue to get quests. Sylvia's like, if the mood strikes you, I want to fight you? Okay, Sylvia. So we're saying leave the farm to him. I mean, we'll keep doing it for now. We still haven't come across enough seeds, so I'm not sure where we'll get these at this rate, because I feel like we're more than halfway through the game. We're still missing half the seeds. So let us tumble around. Okay, so nobody knows how old Donna is. Rakota doesn't know how old she is either. Yeah, I don't know what Donna's plan is after we basically leave the village. Like, what'll happen to her. Like, will the present version of her cease to exist because we avert some great disaster? Like, what do you think will happen, Chad? Are we gonna cause a paradox? So Licht is thinking about preparing for seasickness and dehydration while out at sea. Sister Nia's offering to help. So he said he needed some rare materials, so we'll talk to him real quick. Okay, so the plants only can be detected at night. The plant is known as the moonlight grass. I'll say how interesting. As for you might be able to find it, well, then it's just something he's seen it growing around the mountain. However, it's very dangerous for the average person to explore that area at night. Okay, so we opened up a new, like, night raid area. Apparently we just need 5 samples. Okay. That's cool. So we have another area to visit. I think we'll do that next, rather than do the plot. But let's just kind of go one by one. So we'll also, I think we'll do the Graduna, but also let's show him the map.
Yeah, let me see.
Because we did make a lot of progress.
Oh, great job.
Captain Barbaros left this behind. Mountain Guide attained. Okay, so that sounds like a skill book. Ooh, we'll take the skill book. Well, let's learn how to make fish fry since we're here. It apparently lets us have 1 more adventuring gear slot. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the swampy water doesn't come up as often as the grip gloves. So I think I'll leave it like this for now, with increased range and attract item distance up. So Thanatos is apparently looking for pirate notes. We've only really seen his. Well, that's not entirely true. We did see like 3 or 4 from other people before they inevitably betray each other. So Thanatos apparently wants Euron to act as the materials processing director. First, we need the keel. I'm counting on you to make sure it can stand up to choppy waters. Well, I guess they're getting along for now. Oh, we're starting to see new items in here finally. Hey, we can make some hard fiber. Yes. Let's make a couple of those. Okay, so now that we're through here, we could finally do things. Ooh, we have a lot of gift items, chat. Darn, we don't have enough diamond shell. Can we craft more diamond shell? Yes, we can.
This one is special.
So I'm gonna go ahead and get all of skill damage 2.5 times SP cost times 2. That is very interesting, but I don't see how. Like, the only way I could really take advantage of this is if I did the half SP cost ring with the skill 2.5 times, and I don't know if I like that combination. So let's go ahead and try to purchase everything possible. So let's get elegant glasses.
This one is special. This one is special. This one is special. This one is special. This one is special.
So we are going to get a ton of optional dialogue, chat. So that's always good for us. Don't think there's any commodities in here that we're really interested in. I mean, I guess we can always trade iron into Tektite.
Oh, done already? Take your time.
Oh, I forgot to check. Oh yeah, you just have that other one as the rare item. What else can we do for trading? I mean, I guess I now have to start talking to everybody again, because we're not really sure who needs what. Okay, so Rakota doesn't have anything. We'll give elegant glasses over to Laxia.
Adol.
That's a good point, Chad. I don't think we got the double jump. So I'm gonna say, I think it looked good on you. So we have her flustered because she wasn't expecting it. So she's saying, she actually has a little bit of a connection to such glasses. My father is a highly intelligent man and I admired him. When I was young, I thought that his smarts were due to his wearing glasses. She's asking if that makes sense. Glasses make people look smarter, so... Anyway, she wanted to become like him, so I wore his glasses in secret. But when I put on his prescription glasses, I ended up getting dizzy. I lost my balance and ended up destroying an important specimen. Says my father saw this and gave me glasses with false lenses on my 10th birthday. I was able to become like him. Thinking about it made me very happy. So she wanted to... I guess I'll say now I see. So the gift stirs up a lot of emotions within her. She thanks us for listening to the story. Perhaps she'll wear these sometime. Approval has maxed out. Obtained Laxia only attachment, elegant glasses. Equip the item on Laxia via the equipment menu. Laxia defense has increased by 5, Adol defense increased by 2. Okay. That's always good. So now that we have a new attachment, I suppose we should do it. So we can just give her glasses now. It is now a canon attachment. We have gifted it to her. Donna likes the silver music box, apparently. So one thing I want to do is I will make another save here. Because I realize I actually missed a little bit of the recording, so I'm going to have to go back to it later, but that's fine. So for now, we're going to give her the silver music box.
Adol.
So Adol presented Donna with the silver music box as a gift.
Hey.
Donna says, what a lovely looking box. It has etchings of leaves on it. It must be a design of our era. She's asking what the box is for. Instead of explaining it, let's just play it. Yeah, we should give these glasses to Sahad for his equalize. It's very true. Hello, Granite Knight. How's it going? So she's... Says, what a brilliant idea to use metal in such a way. Well, we'll say we're glad that she likes it. Donna's approval increases. Her strength goes up. I already feel like she was pretty strong. And the fact that Adel's strength also goes up is excellent because we're going to be using probably both characters quite a lot. So again, we're going to just slowly make our way to Kathleen, but we're going to make sure that we talk to everybody possible.
Adel.
So Allison's saying we're finally going to start building the ship. Oh? She's in pain? Why would she be in... Is she pregnant or something? Oh, she's not feeling well today. Because they're conspicuously not showing her stomach. Which I couldn't remember because she hasn't stood up in a while. Because she does have a husband. Lick says, well, she's pregnant. Listen, Licht, it's fine. We don't need you. I just understand everything that's happening. Listen, I will context clue everything needed to predict the future. It's fine. So everybody's really excited. Rakota's thinking she'll be a big sister. She's in the last month of pregnancy, so she's due to give birth rather soon. So we still haven't found her husband yet, actually, which is kind of surprising. Like says, I know she wasn't obviously showing, but how could I not have noticed? I mean, that's what I was saying. I didn't remember, like, a baby bulge when we looked at her. Oh, Allison says to not blame themselves. She was hiding it. She says, my husband Ed and I knew I was pregnant before I ended up here. I just didn't want to cause a problem for everyone. Well, yeah, if you go into labor suddenly, it would be kind of an issue. We're gonna say don't feel bad about this. Nope, I can see the nun behind us. I guess that's her new permanent outfit. She will just no longer wear the veil. So Rakota's saying everyone in the village is happy. We rely on each other when things get tough. Lick's saying the main concern should be her child. So Allison needs to rest. Speaking of which, we might talk to Allison to get additional evade. So we're thinking she collapsed because she's working too hard. So we need her to stay rested until the baby is born. And the doctor will try to make it successful. Okay, so she trusts that everybody will take care of her, especially the doctor. So apparently she prepared new clothing for us. Oh, we get a new outfit. Although I won't be at the shop, take whatever you need. Okay, her rest takes priority. Well, I want to see what this costume is. We see Laxia with her new glasses. So far we still have not found a man named Ed, which is true. So we just have to do what we can for now. So who knows, maybe we'll find Ed eventually. So we will have to see, chat. But in the meantime, let's go back here. So that's Taylor. So she gained new things. So gain SP up when attacked. Not bad. Don't think any of the upper ones are that impressive at this point. They're pretty disappointing. So it doesn't seem like we got any new armors either, which I think is even more disappointing. Ooh, if we do this, Donna will lose 63 defense. I actually don't think that's worth it. However, I think these soft gloves for Donna are absolutely worth it, so we should go ahead and do that for Donna. Because this is just 5 extra defense at 300 health. So that's a pretty big quality of life change, I would say. So we have another chance to add poison. I mean, I guess we should purchase them. I don't know who they should go on at the moment. I mean, I don't want to reduce the health of Donna. Her health is kind of low. I could technically put it on Sahad. We don't technically need the rare items. So we could just make Sahad more of a monster, it's fine. So he still has the lowest defense, somehow. But it is what it is. Oh no, we need hard fiber and diamond. Ugh. We need so many hard fiber. So we need 3 hard fiber, 1 diamond shell. I'm sorry, what was this other one? We cannot create any more. So hard fiber, diamond shell. Okay, let's quickly do those before I forget about it. The important question is, after the baby is born, will help us with group tasks? Probably not, but maybe somehow the baby being born will unlock more people coming in. Maybe. If they go ask us to go fetch something for her, like, oh, you have to go fetch medicine or something that will help her through it, then I could see us getting a new castaway from that. So we need 2 hard fiber, 1 diamond shell.
See you later.
Okay, let's go get our new outfits, chat. We've been deprived of new outfits for quite some time. I think that's everything. Ooh, I needed yet another hard fiber. I miscounted.
Hey, welcome. See you later.
Goodbye, our special ore. Well, I'm kind of glad we didn't craft weapons yet, because I'd much rather care about the outfits than the weapons at this point. We're doing pretty good in terms of damage, honestly speaking. So now the question is, did this actually automatically equip the new outfits? Looks like it did. So Hummel's now wearing more of a blue instead of a purple. It's okay. We have slightly different colors for Rakota. So her hair is not quite the same shade, and it looks like she has like cow spots for leggings a bit more in this image. And Donna is feeling very red. I kind of like her original colors more in terms of her hair, but I like the armor color a lot. Let's have a quick rest here.
Father, where are you?
Okay. So let's see. Now we could talk to Kathleen. We've given her the Flamestone. New weapons and armor available. What armor can she give us? Lots of raw defense, which is kind of interesting because we are taking a ton of damage from these enemies. So for example, this Brigadine is pretty much a straight up upgrade for Adol. Honestly, 100 health versus 46 defense. I think I'd rather take the 46 defense.
Leave it to me. All right, finished.
So let's take this trade because we don't lose that much health and we get a ton of defense and slightly more damage.
Leave it to me. All right, finished.
And honestly, Sahad doesn't need the health either. So him having, again, 46 more defense is probably really good for us. So his strength score, by the way, chat, is now 500, so he is absolutely our boss stomper.
Leave it to me.
We might as well keep going. We'll give it to Hummel too, because his damage is pretty high.
Leave it to me. All right, finished.
There we go. Much better.
All right. How can I help you today?
Ooh, these are tough choices, chat. I think I'm gonna upgrade Sahad first, though.
Leave it to me.
Because, of course, he needs more damage, chat.
Whew, it's complete.
Gratin tail, modeled after a primordial's tail. No ordinary man can lift this hammer. So if we do this upgrade, he'll take an even smaller defense penalty.
I'll
Okay,
get started.
there we go.
All right, finished.
Sahad is basically a total monster right now, chat. Let's finish this
I'll get
upgrade.
started. Whew, it's complete.
So unfortunately, we're gonna need a ton of ore. Well, we'll level up the Edelsphere. I mean, I feel like her damage was really good.
Started.
So the fact that it could still go higher is nice.
All right, finished.
So we'll just keep going over time. But we need a ton of ore. Good thing Sahad's no normal human being. I mean, it's true. He is by far the tankiest party member at this point. Oh, they're questioning how she can wield such heavy blades. We're like, she's a JRPG protagonist. She could do anything. Oh, we could give him a belt collar. Uh-oh, shrewd Picard. A Picard approached Reha's leg. It rubbed its body against Reha's leg with palpable aggression. Shrewd Picard wants it. Oh. So now we gave the Picard a bell collar. Maybe this will end up being his pet after all is said and done. So he said, I did what any responsible owner would do. This little guy seems pretty happy about it. It'll make it easier to find him if he wanders off again. So there we go. So approval has maxed. Ooh, anybody else we can talk to is the question. We haven't found any more animals, which I'm kind of surprised at. Oh, I was trying to see if we could give her any items. So still can't give Sylvia anything, unfortunately. Shoebill's where Shoebill normally is. Presumably there are no new shells. Wait, there's more than before. Oh, Donna added one. She wishes for everyone to get off this island safely. Well, too late for that, Donna. That ship has sailed, as it were. Hello, Austin. Aw, we don't have an item for you. How unfortunate. Well, I will tumble off of the side of this area and pick up this treasure chest, where we got a ton of revive items. Okay, that's good. I don't think we need it right now, but that's fine. Hey, chat, we can power up Sahad with a Jasper Pearl.
At all. Oh?
He says this is a unique pearl, you know. Fishermen say it's supposed to bring good luck. He's never seen one quite this big before. It'd make a perfect gift for Damia. I'm assuming that's his wife. Or it could be his daughter. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's a trick. I don't know. I'm just gonna ask who. Oh, it's the wife. Honestly, that could have been 50-50, chat. That could have been 50-50, but I was thinking wife. Apparently she has gorgeous black hair, a unique personality. She came from a good family, but she went against the grain and married me. Says, she's always kind and cheerful, but honestly, she's too good for me. Normally, I can't do anything nice for her, but this pearl might do the trick. No, we'll say we'd like to meet her. He says, you're welcome to visit us. My daughter, Teddy, is equally adorable and beautiful. You're my savior, so I bet my family would be more than happy to host you. He says, anyway, this is a great souvenir. I have to make it out of here so I could give it to her. And then he laughs. Approval maxed. Sahad's defense, his worst stat, increased by 5. Thank you, game. And Adol's defense went up by another 2. So our boss slayers are getting empowered. So Chem Crazy just asked how the captain died. So we originally had a different doctor that came with us off the ship, and it turned out that he was not really a doctor per se. He was actually just a serial killer from the capital city who happened to be a medic from the army. And so he started instilling fear into the village, and he turned out to have kidnapped Quina, who was in the captain's jacket we saw earlier visiting the grave. And in order to save her, the captain basically sacrificed himself. And then we proceeded to watch the nameless serial killer get eaten by a dinosaur, who we then killed. So I guess that's that. We didn't make a grave for him. No love for the nameless serial killer. We don't even know if the name he gave us was real. So he's saying, weird creatures are appearing in the eroded valley. I heard their bodily fluids can rust metal. Okay. Take back the eroded valley, hunt added. We can also gather supplies. No, I don't want to deliver the materials, because that seems like that would advance the plot. Now, unfortunately... Oh, we have just enough to get some upgrades. Yeah, let's enhance the barricades. They destroyed these last time. So upgrading these to make them last longer probably makes the most sense. Or it was the stockades, I think, actually. Oops. Well, we'll add another one anyway. Because again, the more of these we have, the more points we get. So either way, it works in our favor.
All right then.
So we have an optional hunt, we have a nighttime raid, we have hopefully something we could do there. We have the northeastern road we took as Donna a while ago. We could go all the way to the top of the Wind Cave. Man, chat, we have so many choices. So I think we're going to try to finally get the ape quest out of the way. I hope this is the last time we have to try to get him. Yeah, it feels very sad to not have double jump. Also, chat, I just want to say, why does Donna have better range than our marksman? I feel like they over-nerfed Hummel. I'm sorry, Hummel. Like, she has the equivalency of bullets with her normal strikes. It doesn't really make sense. He will train you next, Bluebeard. Oh, he's gonna train Sahad? Oh, that's a mistake. Okay, so we're gonna make another save right here. Well, it's time for Sahad to learn a new move with his new weapon, so I guess this completely works out in our favor. Oh. Oh, Sahad's gonna get a projectile? Oh, Chad, I am all over this. Let's go.
I'll take this. Here we go. Here we go.
Ooh, that's kind of hard to dodge because it has a delay to it. I think I stunned him. There we go. Oh my gosh, chat. Why is Sahad so good? The bus couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, I was playing Rakota and it was like such a close match I had to heal. Oh, Sahad. Oh my gosh, why are they giving him more moves? Like, how do you improve upon perfection? Like, I just completely walked all over that boss, chat. Like, that wasn't even close. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. What is this? How much damage is this gonna do? I have to know. That was so one-sided, chat. I'm so sorry, Master Kong. He says he doesn't do with rude people. We'll meet again on the shore near the odd-shaped rocks.
Yeah.
The odd-shaped rocks. Oh, Odd Rock Coast. I was gonna say I couldn't remember what coastline he'd be referring to, and that it's right here, so never mind. I mean, I guess we could go see if he wants to talk to us again.
My turn now. To me.
But I think, chat, we have to see what Zahad's new skill is. Like, what is this even? With Gusto, unleash the fist's true might. It doesn't cost many points. What does this look like? It has an interesting range. What we need a victim to experiment upon. So let's go here for now. Actually, how did we reach this? Oh, we had to come from over here, I think. Anyway, let's run this way. Oh no. I don't have the boots. Okay, I keep doing that for the item. One day I will learn. So since we're revisiting an area, I'll do floating shoes. There we go. Let's quickly tumble our way to the next area. Yeah, yeah. He now has the equivalency of the Ryu Fireball. Only much better because it's Sahad and he's better at everything. Is there really no enemy for us to fight? Just anything. It could just be any enemy. Well, we got more coconuts, I guess, for generic healing. Okay, do you want to teach us yet, Master Kong? No. We wore him out. Quest Moonlight Harvest? Oh, that's for the nighttime raid. Well, I guess we could go to the Wind Cave. That is quite a range, chat. It doesn't stun the enemy. Okay, I want to see damage-wise how it compares to this skill. Oh, so it just does more damage than the other skill. Huh. Okay. So unfortunately, chat, it is requesting us to go up here. Hopefully we can get some of the materials back by coming through this area. Again, we're gonna abuse the fact that Sahad can reach places I don't think we're supposed to go as easily. So we killed the one flyer that was chasing us around before, so we just have to go back to where we were earlier. That's so unfair that he can reach that. We're gonna have to learn how to fly, though. So I'm gonna get rid of Sign Toss again.
Over here, over here, over here, over here.
It didn't let me grab that? That was weird, chat. Huh. I guess I really did have to do an attack into it last time? Strange. Oh, well, he got me mid-tumble, which wasn't really fair. Okay, I just want a little bit of meter. There we go. That was the meter I was looking for. So apparently after my taunt action, there's a very long delay. Unless I guess I attack out of it? I can't say this is a mechanic we've had to explore yet as a group chat. So I want to experiment with this one. No, I can't attack out of that. It's true, I actually feel like this makes him a better marksman than Hummel. I honestly don't see the point in Hummel anymore, chat. I'm gonna be real. There we go. Okay, so I hovered a bit longer. Apparently you can't toggle the map while climbing. There's just little strange quirks like that. But I wanted to get a better sense of how many enemies were in front of us. Oh, Sahad. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, let's jump our way up here. And then we'll sideways jump. Or not, we'll just get stuck on the wall. Oops. Try that again. Got greedy. So it looks like I should have been able to jump horizontally here, but for some reason it just makes you get stuck briefly. Not really sure why that is. I guess because the wall is too angular. I don't really glide across it, I guess. Well, anyway, we're just gonna go ahead and make it to the top. I mean, just look at Sahad, chat. He just will one-shot everything that isn't a flying enemy. So as long as we have Hummel or Laxia, I think that kind of covers the dungeon flyers. Because at this point, Sahad can kill everything that isn't a dungeon flyer. So technically, at this point, I should be subbing out, for example... we'll get rid of Adel, we'll put in Laxia. Again, Donna should basically be at full health always. So I feel pretty good about this.
What a unique item.
We got Aura Grass from that, interesting. So we're still not able to make that jump, so let me come around here and deal with it. Again, Chad, he just nukes them for like 2,000. It's really not fair. I saw this and didn't want to forget about it. Okay. Or I'll miss that jump. Oh well, I thought I could very easily backtrack there, but I was wrong, chat. So let's loop around it one more time. Apologize for the looping, and we'll jump from here. There we go. Oh, he's kind of like jiggling on the wall a bit. I'm actually just holding one direction, but the camera's moving for some reason. Scaring me a little bit. Okay, so we return the egg. Is this where Father got captured? I mean, that's what I said first time, Rakota. So maybe another Saurian attempted to steal it. So we've saved the Wyvern egg. I mean, if Hummel learned to ride on the Wyvern and shoot from it, it would be kind of cool. And hey, it's actually a correctly identified Wyvern, because I feel like we were playing another RPG recently where it was calling something a Wyvern, but it had front hands. And I'm like, that's not what a Wyvern is. But hey, this one actually has just wings for arms and does not have another set of hands in the front. So yay, correct usage. Life elixir attained. Which reminds me, we've had a few of those I haven't done anything with. The Wyvern knew we needed the health. So Chad, I'm going to ask you the ultimate question.
Mission complete.
Who do you want to see get these upgrades? Hey, we got more Essence Stone. I mean, I think we have a couple of Spirit Elixirs to do. Oh, hey, Hummel's health going up is good, because that's a big issue with him. And Adel getting slightly more health is good, because we lost 100 health from his equipment, and we basically just made it up instantly. But we should be... Okay, Hermit's Remedy is going on Sahad, because it's funny. Like, he deserves all the experience, chat. So we have a few base HPs up and base defenses up, but for now I will use the max SP. Because, you know, sometimes Sahad needs to fly longer, chat. You know, that's 3 extra taunts in the air. That's a fact. So we don't have a ton of regular healing items. We ended up using quite a few, I think, in the previous battle, but I think going back and getting those coconuts will help us later down the line. And fortunately, we did get a couple of revives. Rakota will probably be our least used character, if I had to guess. I do not like glass cannon characters in general in games, unless the character is just so overwhelmingly powerful that they never get touched. Like, I don't know. I feel her hitboxes are also kind of weird. So for now, I think I will try to ignore her. So what quest does that leave on the quest board? So we have 2 things where we need to go to a place at night. I didn't see where the Eroded Valley one was. I saw that there was... So both of these have to do with the mountains, so I think we'll go to those very soon. But let's check out the Eroded Caves, because we were here a couple of times, and I don't remember getting a prompt for it at any point. Unless it's in here somewhere, I mean, I guess it could be. I mean, like, we were literally in here earlier, that's why I state that. Well, we'll try from here. Goodbye, flowers. Good call, chat. I will make the fish fry now. You know what? We'll make the ratatouille as well.
All right. Perfect.
All right, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah, we'll take advantage of the fish soup to kind of heal mid-dungeon. I feel like that's a good use of our items. We'll get a couple of mushrooms back. But yeah, it said there were some kind of slugs here, but I didn't really see where this was. Oh, unless it was a raid. I'm sorry, it might be the raid I'm thinking of. Never mind. I think that was a raid we could take in. So I guess we could do the raid now. I guess there's no downside. The only other thing I want to check before we go to Kathleen is, can we trade more for Tektite ore? So I don't think we need iron ore anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this around 40. And that way we could get 4 more ore this way. Because I don't think we need the regular ore anymore.
See you later.
So if we can, leveling Adel's weapon will help us for our raid clears.
Should I upgrade?
So let's go ahead and do that.
Leave it to me. Whew, it's complete.
So no matter what, it should be much easier to clear the other ones. So now we have Dunamis Edge. Made for experienced warriors, the blade is exceptionally beautiful and durable. Well, hopefully we'll get more ore so we can increase its defense by 1. But for now, I think we're slightly stronger than we started, so this shouldn't be too bad. And again, hopefully by doing this challenge, we'll get more ore out of the way. Oh, well, he already talked about that being his family motto. That's nothing new. Okay, so now we have the habitat that we could deal with later. That's good. Where did Doki go, though? Oh, is he at the shore or something? Yes, he is. Okay, so... Raid practice, begin hunt. Maybe begin hunt is what we're supposed to do? Oh, we have a lot of things we didn't even touch. That's right. There was peace in the jungle that I didn't even touch last time. I think before we do that, we should save, because we're still under level for that area. So let's try to take back the Eroded Valley, and then we'll do peace in the jungle, because our weapons did increase.
All right, let's begin.
I guess we'll judge how well we do on this.
Here we go! Here we go! Yeah!
I just realized I didn't bring Adel in here. Am I allowed to swap midway through? Let's do that then.
Hold on a second. Go ahead and eat us.
Okay, I'm gonna use the extra skill for more points, and hopefully this will hit the nest. Didn't do as much as I was hoping. Maybe I just wait. Oh, that's right. The torch takes a little bit of time to set. That's right. So we have a ton of enemies everywhere. So this is going to be a very interesting pattern to relearn later. So we're going to do our best to kind of brute force this. So they're attacking our torches, which isn't the greatest, but we'll go fix them later. The key thing is that we just get the torch that's nearest to the remaining nests. Ooh, I can't just jump down there. Okay, so I see one behind us a little bit. I'll go back for that one in a second.
That's impressive.
I want to clear the side path ones, because I feel like the boss will spawn behind us. Ooh, it went to the second wave, so I don't think we could get the S rank anymore, unfortunately. How do we get to this one, though? I don't fully understand. I guess I'll just kill these for now. Oh, unless we have to go this way to get to the other one. Oh, we had to go this way to get to this one. Okay. I was thinking we could drop down from the other place, but it looks like we can't do that.
Leave it to me. Go!
This is quite a maze of an area. Oh yeah, so I'm just killing these monsters, and the boss was... I can't make this jump with... I can't make this jump. There we go.
Yeah, that's about right. Here we go. Giving it to you, Donna.
More coming.
So we're now on a wave 3. The boss has reappeared.
All right, let's start fixing it. Here we go. Don't let him break it again. Here we go. Here we go.
Look at his damage! Oh my gosh! Chat, Sahad just sat... He just laid down the law. He just did that and went, nope, goodbye enemy. Wow, he's doing 6k, chat. Why does he do so much damage?
All right.
Good, good.
Well, hopefully we at least got the A rank.
Yeah, great job.
We did great out there.
Wait, hold on, chat. We got an S rank on this, but I couldn't S rank the previous one? I'm gonna roll my eyes, chat. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna roll my eyes.
Pretty good.
Yeah, 1 million points only in A rank for some reason. That's fine. Hopefully we get more useful materials. Oh, there's more hard fiber. And hey, more revive items, which is good. So we got Dynastic Water, Hermit's Remedy, more flowers, and more bait. Okay. So we are good to go for fishing.
Great job.
Big Pearl attained. Giant Shadows in the Cave hunt now available. Okay. Let's just begin another hunt. So that's a level 57. Wait, chat. Did I miss the S rank by 2,000 points? Look at the difference between the S rank we got here and this one. Chat, can we have a giant eye roll moment? Like, come on, really? I was off by 2,000 points. That was it.
Let's do our best.
Whatever. We'll go do this. Whatever.
Yeah, 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 Looks like they're here.
Let's finish it!
I think Sahad just one-shot the thing once its defense was down. Why does he do so much damage, chat? Why? Wow. Chat, what an actual monster. I have no words for what we're witnessing, chat.
Now let's end this.
I did not mean to extra skill there. I actually wanted to save it. This is kind of unfortunate.
I'll take this.
I was just trying to roll and jump and attack. Huh? Whatever. I'll deal with that one in a second. I mean, I apparently didn't get hit at all, so that's good. Maybe that'll be the 2,000 points that we need. Oh my gosh! He killed the boss in 3 swings! Oh, chat. Oh, I didn't get the full torch count. Oh, please give me the full credit. Please give me the 40,000 points. Come on, don't do this to us again.
Wow, that's great!
That's not even fair.
Hey, we did it!
I really hope we got this. If we don't get an S rank, I'm giving up on this. I don't know what it wants. Like, that was just so... That was so convincing, chat. Oh my gosh. We barely got it.
That's impressive.
Pretty good.
So we got even more bait, which is good. Now we receive soft gloves, which unfortunately are kind of weak. We don't need them anymore. Kind of disappointing. I mean, I guess we could see what a piece of the jungle is like.
All right, let's get ready.
Yes.
All right, be prepared.
What a monster, chat.
Let's end it!
Yeah, we almost didn't make it again, by the way. If I didn't get that perfect on one of the waves, we would have also missed it again.
I'm coming!
Alright, so we killed that thing. I got tagged by an attack, so we no longer have the perfect bonus. Even though we are pretty much dominating this again. I unfortunately got hit once, so no perfect. I don't know where it wants us to go there. I can see I can climb up here, so let me try climbing. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of the torches. So I'm gonna go back for the torches. It might even be beneficial to purposely let another phase go by.
I'll join in. Believe in your weapons.
Alright, so let's go back and get the torches. I mean, we seem to be getting a lot of points from kills. That's why I'm thinking this is kind of weird. Yeah, see, we just randomly got like 50,000 experience. Oh, did they kill... Oh, I think they killed the other thing, which I didn't want to have happen. But hopefully I haven't been hit? Question mark? Okay, I didn't get hit. They destroyed a torch and it reduced the bonus points. I saw that. That was cheap.
Well, my calculations were correct.
Unfortunately, our companions apparently killed the nest that I didn't want to destroy. That's kind of unfortunate. So the best I could really do is do an extra skill, I think, on the monster. So I don't think we'll get the S rank, but at least we kind of know what to expect for the future. Oop, the boss ran away, apparently. Oh, Dogi was gonna nuke the boss. Oh, the boss hit me from who knows where. Kenny just does so much damage, chat. So unfortunately, we took a lot of damage there. So we're not gonna get a good score. But at least we'll get an A rank, I guess.
Obviously. That's great.
So we're like 9 levels under the recommended, and our weapons aren't maxed.
Yeah, good
Oh, I should be moving during this, because I can make Sahad even stronger.
Well done.
So we were about 20,000 points shy.
Splendid.
It's a splendid result.
But they got an S rank here? What?
That's great.
Anyway, well, we got more iron ore. Hey, insect repellent. I don't have to get that as much. Sturdy lumber. Life elixir. Okay, pumpkins. You know what? We'll do this one just because. We'll do this one just because, chat. I kind of like the look in this area. Wow. We're doing no damage. Uh-oh.
Believe in your weapon.
Okay, so we're slowly eliminating these things. Thank you, Sahad, for your absolutely ridiculous AoE attack. Chad, I would not want to play as any character other than Sahad doing this. Like, no way. Apparently the boss keeps appearing. Oh, I thought I hit the torch. Alright, so we're getting a decent amount of score points, but they are very aggressive on this map.
Alright, let's start fixing it.
Unfortunately, I think I just barely got tagged by something there. Wow, they do a lot of damage to Sahad. I better be careful. Again, Sahad is just... You know what, Sahad? You could do this. There we go. Wait, how do I reach... Oh.
I am awesome!
Good, good.
Wait, I didn't want to clear the stage yet. Okay, well I got a little more points just at the end. Huh. Honestly, we did really well. Perfect control?
Wow, that's good!
Okay, I mean, this is like really above our level. We almost got the S rank. I mean, honestly, this... If I got hit a little less by the boss at the end, we might have actually had it there. Also, somehow this one was better than the other one. I'm not going to think about it too much, chat. I feel like this one is way too picky about the S rank.
That's about right.
What a great result!
Damn, that's good.
Okay. We got a ton of items that we could use, plus more ripe mangoes. Moonlight... wait. Hold on, chat. Wasn't Moonlight Grass the thing we were supposed to get for another quest, and we just got it from here? Dornicle Shell. Hold on, did we just skip needing to do another quest? Because isn't that what the doctor wanted? Wait, where is the doctor? Oh, maybe he's in with Allison. I didn't think about that. There we go. Wait, but didn't we just get Moonlight Grass? Am I hallucinating? Isn't that what the item was called? Or does it actually keep track of whether or not we get Moonlight Grass? I don't see it in here. I thought it said Moonlight Grass times 5. Oh well. So every other character seems to be in here. So we're thinking about ways to cheer her up. We'll talk to Allison. Oh no, she's still sleeping. So everybody's taking shifts to watch her. And we'll give the rosary to Sister Nia. That makes sense. So I feel, chat, like if we just get slightly stronger, we could probably get an S rank on the other two. I mean, we were strong enough with Sahad that we can A rank it somehow. Even though, like, I don't know. Well, I don't feel like we should be able to do that much damage with Sahad, but just sometimes he does 9,000 damage and he just ends whatever it is we're fighting. What a monster, chat.
Yes.
So the moral of the story so far is appearances can be deceiving. So Sister Nia is saying she notices how people tend to judge Euron from his looks alone. I think it's very foolish to make such surface level judgments. So she thanks us for delivering a fantastic gift. May God bless us. Wait, why would I say I want you to bless me? Adel, she just and the same to you. So she's saying, please continue your hard work. I'll do whatever I can. The trial that God has given us, let's surpass it together. Nia's approval is maxed. Meralda, let's give you the Ultra Chef Knife. She's saying it's different than the other knives she's used. Are we sure she can have it? We'll say everyone will love it. She says, I see if my cooking could be enhanced with this, everyone will be happy. Anyway, I had no idea you would be so considerate of me. If I'd met you 10 years ago, I would have definitely fallen for you. Chat, we're breaking up another marriage. This is all I'm learning. It's Rune Factory all over again. I was saying, put your husband would get mad. Mm-hmm. So she's thinking about how her family will react to her meals prepared by the knife. She's happy there's another thing to look forward to in her future. Approval has been maxed. Oh? So it looked like some of the characters now had, because they were at max relationship, another quest. So I just talked to Meralda again, and now it says, Adol fulfilled Meralda's request and got rid of the spider that appeared in the kitchen.
That was close. Thanks for taking care of that pest. I've always hated spiders.
We have a nice... Oh, I was going to say we had like a Dutch angle going on for a second, but the camera is slowly correcting itself while zooming.
Such a brave boy. Don't sell yourself short. You've been through a lot for someone your age. You're a remarkable young man. I know I've already told you this, but I have 6 kids. All boys, too. They're so wonderful. They're nowhere near as brave or strong as you at all.
Oh, they're much weaker than Sahad then.
But you remind me of them just the same. They're good boys, and my husband's a good man. I'm sure they're doing fine without me.
I'll ask if she's excited.
Huh.
I'm not going to make any promises that she'll leave the island, chat. We're not going to make false promises.
I hadn't really thought about that. I'm sure they'll be really surprised when they find out I'm alive.
And then the husband is remarried already.
You're right. I can't wait to see their reactions.
She said you're right while I was talking. She knew.
Thank you for cheering me up, Adol. This is for you.
Oh no, we received kiss.
You're so cute. Now then, I have a lot of hungry mouths to feed.
I feel like we're having horror movie angles. What is going on with the camera? Like we got kissed and our world is turned upside down.
Time to whip up a home-cooked meal and fill everyone's bellies.
Okay, so... we maxed the relationship of a few different characters so far, but I think... and if they are a party member, we don't get anything. Hummel, I didn't want to talk to you. I was just trying to jump. Okay, so I think Sister Nia also got a special dialogue bubble above her head. So let's talk to Sister Nia.
Almighty Celestial Master who art in heaven, please grant this soul your divine protection. Amen. I must say, this village has come a long way. We finally constructed a ship to get off this island, too.
I'm gonna say we all worked hard to pull this off, because I feel like this is a more spirited the conversation than the other option is.
Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. The old me would have thought that God himself made all this possible. I would have accepted that without question. But I've come to understand something during my time with everyone. Castaway Village only exists because we worked hard to create it. This is not to say that I've forsaken my faith. Our Celestial Master will always protect us, no matter what. But at times, you need great fortitude to defy the whim of fate. You must have faith in your power to dictate your own fate before you seek the aid of the Almighty. I believe this is what God desires most from us. I arrived at that revelation by watching you and the others.
I'm gonna say don't forget to include yourself.
I was just doing my best to keep up with you. But thank you for saying that. Please keep us in your protection until all this is over, Adol.
Then let's definitely get off this island.
So it's nice that we're having kind of conclusions to their character arcs if we get the approval all the way up. I just want to befriend Sylvia, though. she is now the most interesting side character to me. But I guess we'll talk to Reha. So I guess we're going to help him with the crops. Our 3 crops.
Phew. Almost done. Well, I think there's just a few more weeds left to pull. Oh, these things can overrun your garden if you're not careful.
I'm going to call him a hard worker.
I mean, only 'cause I have to. I learned which bugs nibble the leaves, which birds peck at the tomatoes. I know a lot, actually. It's funny, though. I'm actually enjoying myself right now. Same goes for the Picards. They can't survive without me, you know. So, I figured I gotta protect those guys, too.
I'm going to say he's becoming more of an adult.
Really? I'm just working the farm, that's all. Let me know if you guys have any problems, okay? I'm gonna be a real important big shot when I grow up. You'll see.
So there we go. We are making a lot of progress with a lot of different quests.
How can I help you today?
Hmm.
Is that it?
I think everything else is looking okay. We'll check the quest board one more time. So we have a nighttime raid to do. So both of these require us to go to the mountainside. So let us go, I guess, here first? On our way to deliver a recipe to Mishi, we have some monsters to fight. And by monsters to fight, I mean for Sahad to punch out of existence. Seriously, chat, this character is ridiculous. Oh, look at their little wiggly arms. Look at that, chat. Look at them wiggle. The downside is the fist doesn't seem to stun them. It is, however, an extremely long-range skill, so we'll still take advantage of it. Because, you know, Sahad's a sniper. Oh god. Oh gosh, Sahad got stronger, chat. That was pretty straightforward. And since we had to come here anyway, let's talk to Mishi. Mishi stares at you longingly. Goodbye, fish fry. Mishi looks satisfied now. Right, mango times 3 in exchange. That's not a good trade. Honestly, I'm not very impressed. I was just taking a look at Mishi. Getting a close-up to see if any parts of him look a bit strange, because it looks like he is wearing little paw boots. I was just curious if he was wearing anything else by like tilting the camera, but I'm not really seeing anything. Well, we're gonna go ahead and pass out here, and we'll have Sahad deal with whatever this monstrosity is. It's kind of a shame that Rakota is like a not really fun to play character in comparison to Sahad, because it would have been nice to have her as like another character, because that would increase Sahad's damage, which I guess I could do next time we're in like a that kind of mission. Yeah, I'll make another one of these. Because this is a pretty good heal. 1800 health is basically a full heal.
3 square meals a day.
So that might help us out a little bit. Although this one heals 2000, which is pretty ludicrous. You know what, we'll get another couple HP regens.
Let's see.
Conduct night exploration. So now we're going to... Actually, you know what? Yeah, actually, I don't think we could do it there at all. Let us swap out the attract drops with the map vision. Because again, this counts as a whole new area. Because it's in night mode. Although I can't tell at the moment. We're gonna have Sahad's eagle eye on the case, chat. Again, we definitely already have the moonlight grass, I'm pretty sure. But we'll just keep going for now. Chat, that's monstrous. He literally one-shot all of them. Come on. How is this fair? Look at that, chat. Enter the fist. Oh, and we have a lot of ability to re-aim it mid-motion. I flash moved him into an extra skill. That wasn't necessary. Goodbye, giant monster. Hopefully we'll get more ore as we go along here. Speaking of which... I should probably have somebody wearing the bandit gloves. I guess technically Sahad doesn't need it right now. We don't need the pure defense. Because at this point I need those rare drops. / abundance of drops. Come on, chat. Like, what is this? Wow.
This looks nice.
So, we apparently picked up the only moonlight grass we needed, which I don't think is supposed to be the normal case. Because it said we needed 5 and we only attained 1.
See something.
So let's make sure we get all the items that we can here. It seems like the shortcut's still unlocked.
See something.
More moonlight grass.
You did it.
Look, chat, Sahad is perfectly balanced. We gave him no additional stat bonuses and he's the best character. It's totally fair. I mean, like, I wish the gunner could do any of the things that we're doing and was anywhere near as damaging or as tanky. Let me just look at that, chat. Those enemies literally can't even reach us before dying. I guess we'll try going out this exit first. And again, these enemies normally have high armor, but it's like, joke's on them, I'm playing Sahad. So he's good against 2 out of 3 enemy types. And he does so much damage that as long as we have somebody piercing the aerial targets, we're fine. Like, we don't need slash damage, honestly. Wow. Just chat, he is an absolute beast. Okay, I'm gonna drop down here because I think there's a chest here. Like, chat, come on. What was that, like a 15-person kill with one swing? Oh my gosh, chat. No one can compete with Sahad. This is just monstrous. Okay, it wants us to rest within Rakota's cabin to end it, but we still have more to go. We're not going to do that right away. So we're just going to explore as much as we can. Yeah, like you see those insects on the other side of that stone mountain? Doesn't matter. Sahad doesn't care about what you want. Oh, that looks dangerous. Oh, it actually would have hit me. Ooh, yeah, that has quite a range. What a dangerous monster. We did 2,000 something damage to it to kill it, because of course we did. Oh my gosh. Just, Sahad, stop, no. Oh, thank you for joining us, Granite Knight. I hope you have a good night. I think what our goal will be is to clear up the nighttime exploration, and we'll probably take a break as well at that point. I cannot hit this thing. Oh, this was a ripe mango too, huh? I don't know how you're supposed to hit that as other characters, honestly. Okay, so we dodged that. That's good. We have our extra skill back. Attained extra hard fiber, not bad. We actually still need that for some crafts. Ooh. I like that I can prep the wind-up animation while falling. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He could just jump punch the tree. What am I doing? Wow, he really is the best at everything. It's not fair, chat. Like, he's the best marksman, the best AoE damager. The only thing he doesn't have is boss stun, but he does the most damage to bosses out of everybody. So, like, that enemy's dead. What a monster, chat. Ooh, some ore, potentially. We don't want to give up any of that. Our allies picked that up for us, fortunately. So yeah, let's climb upwards. I feel like I've barely taken any damage at all, and considering we nerfed our own defense, that's kind of sad. Wait, how many ripe mangoes are... We're at 25 ripe mangoes. Oh, we're so prepared for the end game. Although, this could be a problem. Well, I know what I wanted to do. I don't want the taunt button here. I want the toss button. And again, he just does so much damage. It doesn't make any sense, chat. Oh, I fell off the platform. Okay, we're good. I'm back on. I think I confused the dinosaur. Can it reach us from up here? Doesn't seem to be able to. Huh? Did it disappear? Where did it go? I was gonna say there was a dinosaur here once. It's gone now. Most confusing, chat. Did it, like, teleport back here somehow? I like that he's able to hit the weakness from here. So let's like, take advantage of the HP regen. Yeah, the downside is that this enemy is the most dangerous of all the ones that we've been fighting. I mean, fortunately, Sahad can still hit its weakness because he's Sahad. I think what we need to do is, instead of Donna, we need Adel's Paralysis. I think that worked on this enemy. Yeah, see, now I got stunned almost instantly. So we're just gonna build some meter on this enemy. Oof. What a tough fight, chat. Again, the stomp is not what I'm concerned about. It's the tail whip I'm really worried about. So now we're taking advantage of Adel's secondary. So paralysis is definitely coming in handy against that tall T-Rex thing. Oof. There we go. Oh, chat. Look at Sahad. He doesn't care what they want. Don't think I should fall down there. If I remember correctly, that's just where we came from. So yeah, not super injured. I mean, we took some from one of the T-Rexes just because I think it got us with like 2 or 3 tail swipes in a row. Because that is one of the deadliest attacks of the game so far that we fought. That does more damage to us than most bosses do. Oh, that piece of lumber fell off the side. Perfect. So let's go the wrong way first, just to make sure we got all the items. We'll take advantage of Sahad's mobility. I made the mistake of tumbling between strikes. Goodbye, that one enemy that really didn't need to be nuked by that. More moonlight grass. And up we go. Yeah, that material started tumbling to the abyss. I'm not sure if that was the flexible branch we got afterwards, or if there were more than one sets of materials that came out. Wow. Well, let's go this way, because I remember it connected around. I'm gonna ignore the T-Rex thing. I don't really want to fight it. Tiger Claw attained. I'm out of there. Speaking of which, so now this is giving 65 to all of our stats. Remember, chat, when we got this, I think it was 30-30-ish. So we've more than doubled it at this point. Okay, we already have Tiger Claw. Not interested. These enemies I'll kill. They're pretty straightforward. Oh, no, I don't want the T-Rex. No. Man, these enemies are extremely aggressive at nighttime. That T-Rex really doesn't want to leave me alone, chat. Unfortunately, it looks like I did not end up getting any ore from that. So they're saying I could touch this and rest here. I'm just gonna touch that save point, and then we're gonna continue though, because we have a lot more we could explore of this dungeon. Yeah, we're only at 51%. So again, our goal will to be get a few more ores as we go through here. Oh, that actually reached me from there. Ow. Oops, I meant to dodge that last bit. Let's strike it a couple times just to get some meter. There we go. Yeah, we could take advantage of the fact that if we don't normal attack for a while, when we do actually land that normal attack, it'll give us like half a meter back. So I think we're not fighting a lot of flying enemies. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring maybe Ricotta up just to increase our own damage. Because, you know, Sahad needs it. Actually, let's... I was going to say, I just wanted to see what was down here, and apparently it's a T-Rex. Big Pearl attained, and we are out of here. We do not want to fight any of this. Sahad is doing 69 damage whenever he runs into something. Good one, Sahad. Let us ignore all of that. I don't really want to deal with any of that. And we're just going to continue our ascent. Because again, this counts towards our completion percentage. And who knows, maybe we'll find a really good item if we are persistent and reach the end of the dungeon. Speaking of persistent, those enemies are right beneath me, and I would prefer them to not be there.
There's something there.
So let's make our way up the awkward stairs. Around the corner we go. We're gonna just kind of barrel through here. Sure, it'll be fine. We'll use our Super Fist in order to acquire the mango. So now we have a lot more healing items that are not timed out by food waiting items. I don't know how I dodged that, but you know what? That works, chat. I was gonna say, we have places to go. We don't need to level off of these monsters. As fun as it is to kind of punch people with Sahad, we have other things we could be doing. Like gathering more materials. Alright, so we're gonna run this way, ignore all of these enemies, touch a save point. Before we go in that cave, we're gonna explore over here. Oh, it belly flopped on me. Oh yeah, that's right, he's very aggressive. But fortunately, our rock move kind of kills him instantly. I decided to switch out because I realized Sahad got paralyzed. So I just wanted to be someone that was fairly aggressive. Okay, he's good now. What is shooting me from that distance? Stop that. Bad enemies. So we're gonna touch that save point, get healed. Nuke all of these enemies. Pick up even more mango. So yeah, we're looking pretty good for overall exploration, because I was kind of concerned that, you know, we have some food items to get some party heals, but nothing too fantastic. Now, this looks like a massacre zone, chat. Chat, I'm doing it. Where there are so many there's so many enemies here, I might as well just press this button and see what happens. It's now Sahad versus an entire dungeon's worth of enemies in one area. Ooh, they got me out of the tumble. Nasty, nasty creatures. Wow. I'm taking a lot of damage as Sahad. Unfortunately, I think they got the bleed effect on me because they kind of like quadra hit me there. So even in normal, it looks like you can die pretty quickly, which is a bit unfortunate at some points. But hey, we killed everything here, pretty much. What I should do is, I think I have a cure status one. Let's do that.
Yeah.
So we got a little injured, but it's fine. We'll keep going. I'm assuming Mishi is not here. Oh, there is a chest here, though. Hello, Glow Rock. I'm gonna have to get healed. So I think what I'm gonna do, instead of burning more items, I'm just gonna turn around and touch the save point that was at the beginning of this area. So I guess if I wanted to just get a lot of generic enemy materials, this place would be pretty decent. I'll just kind of switch characters out arbitrarily at this point. I'm not really using the third-party member. Adol's kind of my backup. Because again, that sword swipe is silly. It unfortunately only really works against one type of enemy. So I'm just going to strike those two just to get a lot of meter, and we are out of here. We're not dealing with that room anymore, chat. To the next area. We have more map to explore. Some more moonlight grass, good for us. Ooh, a lot of the nasty plants here. Ooh. Yeah, these things are nasty just because of how fast they attack. It's pretty hard to dodge all of that damage. So the best I can really do is an attack that hit stuns them for a bit to give me more of a chance. Counter trick sparked? What's counter trick? Anticipate an attack and shoot the foe's opening. Let's take a try that one. Oh, it's literally a counter move. I mean, I guess if that lets me block, maybe. I mean, it could be useful. I mean, we don't have a dedicated block button in this game, and that is usually my preferred play style, is to block. So like this does work, but I can still get hit because it doesn't stun them. So it's not perfect. So like it technically lets me guard. Okay, where was that chest at? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so we're gonna do our best to climb to the top of the mountain. I'm not sure if we'll fight a special boss or not. I don't remember in the previous night mode if we did or not. I love that he could just attack so fast that I could basically just stun the enemy if you get a perfect dodge roll once. Seriously, that damage is just so silly. It's poor, poor enemies. Okay, we are not dealing with that enemy. We're gonna move on. Oh! Oh! No, I got stuck. Okay. We're doing our best to ignore them. So yes, the guy with the axe has the projectile, and the guy with the gun gets a melee counter move. Again, I feel like his moveset is supposed to be the melee characters. I don't know. It feels weird. I mean, I guess they didn't want you to snipe, but then they made Sahad have this, so, I mean, this is their fault, really. I mean, Sahad has more attack range than the gunner does, unless the gunner has not attacked for like 3 seconds. And Sahad's regular projectile is faster, and is AoE, and is wider. Doesn't really make sense, chat. It's a little bit of a Sahad bias. So So I'll collect more moonlight grass, which again, reminder, we only needed 5. I think it did just check to see if we got 1 from this area. And because the cutscene didn't play, we didn't get it. So I'm really hoping I didn't miss an area. I'm really concerned because I went up the mountain early. I might have missed a room. So we would have to come back here. But we'll see how it goes upon reaching the top. Oh, what is this? Alright, this needs to stop. Unfortunately, this enemy is so big, I can't push it out of the way. So I think I missed hitting the other one. But fortunately, Sahad still kills it at like 2 hits. Oh, that move can actually move the enemy, which is interesting. Ooh. What a climb, chat. Yeah, we don't need those vines. Get out of here, game. Oh, was that actually a... Oh yeah, that was the place I thought I could jump, but I couldn't. Oh, hello. Flash move. Again, these enemies are super aggressive. Which is, you know, kind of a nice change of pace. So we have now reached the top save point. So we've cleared 97% of it, and we missed 1 treasure chest. Oh no, chat. Where did I miss it? Was it here? Or maybe it's still up ahead. Maybe we're okay. Oh, what an obstacle course. Well, too bad. I'm Sahad. I don't have to play by the rules. Look at this, chat. This is like the head shake moment. Like, look at that. What can this enemy do against this other than perish? What a monster, chat. Oh my gosh, and that is such a good vertical hitbox too. I can just hit them while beneath them and they can't reach me. Thank you, whoever programs Sahad like this. I got paralyzed, so we get to see him do his awkward paralysis walk. Not even paralysis can fully stop Sahad, chat. He's too much of a monster. Chat, we missed 0.9%. Where is this even located? Oh, I felt like we were doing so well. Can I teleport from here? I can't fast travel to any crystal. So I'm thinking the thing I should do is rest and then we start it up again, because I might have missed one in the early area. Oh, hello, cutscene. They're like, look at the stars. And then they just like pan up, trying to avoid all the corpses of everything we murdered in order to get to this point. Donna says, I think the moons are hanging lower than usual tonight. Yeah, okay, so Lexi's saying he and I would take trips there quite often when I was younger. Rakota says, on clear days, Father and I would spend the day looking out from here. This is her favorite spot. Lexi says, this is a stunning view. Rakota says, indeed, even if I escape this island, I'll never forget this spot. This is where Father taught me about the heart of everything. Lexia asks about the heart, so Rakota responds, before, when I would see a beautiful view like this, I wouldn't feel anything. All I cared about was looking for food. She says, my mentor and master taught me how to survive, but father taught me how to appreciate beauty, delicious food, and having fun. He taught me a lot of words that helped me understand the heart of everything. And then fishing together became fun. The food we ate together tasted delicious. The sky we saw together looked beautiful. Building this cabin together made me feel happy. Coda continues, I'm going to escape this island someday for father's sake, but I will never ever forget our time together in this cabin. We could come back someday. Coda says, I'm going to come back to this island as a full-grown, traveling adult woman, and you'll help me. To be seen, I suppose. So they're saying we should get some rest. Sahad says that it's okay to relax. Hummel says you guys are too eager to slack off. I always have to keep my focus on the task at hand like a professional. Poor Hummel. We're in a variety of alternate outfits. Everybody's saying they'll come back here together. But I have a feeling Donna might not be able to join us, question mark? We'll see if there's something weird, like we wipe her from existence and we forget about her, or something will happen, chat. They're saying they feel very well rested. I guess we should deliver the items and then come back, I suppose. But we're really close to getting everything in one try. Like, again, I think I just missed a room in the beginning area, because that would explain where the other treasure chest was as well.
We did it!
We got 2 defense elixirs, so that's another character that could potentially get really tanky. And then we'll talk to Dogi later. I was just thinking, that's not the one who gave us the quest, it's Licht. Who currently is in here. Oh, there we go. So is excited we found Moonlight Grass. I'm gonna say it was fun, because that'd probably make him annoyed. No, he seems to be accepting of our adventurous spirit.
Mission complete. Great
So
job.
So he says he's going to put him to good use, and we attained moon tears as well as a remedy. New medicine is now available at the apothecary. You can conduct a night exploration from the tent. Okay. So now we could just kind of do it whenever.
Come check it out.
So he has new items here. They're not, like, phenomenal. Luminous Ring is kind of interesting because it gives a bit of health. It's far weaker than what Sahad has on, although we could always put another one of them on him. One of the materials listed is Underworld Bone. So again, eventually we're going to have to deal with the undead. So we haven't gotten anything that just outright kills them yet. I love the description of Bravery Bracelet. So it reads, fills the wearer with a strong desire to rush blindly into battle. Also, it blinds them. Okay, game. We could sacrifice the Prismatic Jewel for a Luminous Ring. It does give a ridiculous amount of strength and defense, but nah, it's fine. We were saving up for the Spirit Necklace to see what that did. We need exactly one more jewel to see what it does. I'm gonna try to talk to the doctor again. We're not advancing Allison's story yet, so maybe we have to gather more materials later. Well, we're going to try one more time to go into the tent here, and hopefully we can get that remaining 0.9% quickly. Because otherwise we have completed every single non-plot related quest, and probably already have all the materials for the actual plot-related quest, because, again, we did a lot of raids. See, there's an area over here I was worried we'd missed. But hey, we got more ripe mangoes out of it, so I guess that works. Jeez. Chad, I'm never gonna get used to this. Like, this technique is just so unfair. Melee characters should not have, like, full screen projectiles. Shaking my head, chat. So I'm trying desperately not to roll. Now I want to do my extra skill. Those 4 enemies. I mean, our allies do seem to be doing a decent amount of damage to them. Oh, I actually dodged that. That felt good. Again, if we could get just a little more ore, because we need a ton of it in order to see any benefits for the other characters. Although I think we leveled up basically everybody important, which is Donna, Adol, and Sahad. Every other character is kind of like situational. Wow, I parried the enemy behind me. Oh, and I dodged him. Man, that was just disrespectful of me. I could have killed him at any point, but I guess I decided to show off for some reason. Okay, I want Adol to start striking him. Again, the only thing I'm scared about is the tail. I don't want to get hit by the tail. Oh, it almost hit me with the tail. Oh, Adol stunned it. The boss is pretty much dead. So we're getting a lot of extra thunder claws from this enemy. So again, keep in mind we're purposely wearing something to... Oh no, chat. We're at 100%, but we missed a treasure. How is that possible? Where is the treasure? Like, seriously, where was the treasure even? Chat, I don't know where this is. Unless it's like here somewhere. Huh. I mean, geez, we're getting so many bones. Hopefully we can craft this into something useful. Huh. I mean, I guess I could put the treasure finder on. Chad, I have no idea where this treasure is. I think we'll save that mystery for another time, because that would require playing through this entire place again. I think we can pass. Yeah, I don't get how we have 100% of the map, but it doesn't show the treasure. I don't know what's going on with that, chat. To me, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. It could be in here somewhere, maybe. Who knows, chat? I don't know how I have the map visibility, but not the treasure. Maybe that's a side effect of the relic. Not really sure. Well, anyway, we've done what we came to do. No, I'm not fighting that monster. Goodbye. We're out of here, chat. We are running full distance, full sprint, full speed ahead. Get out of here. We had enough. Look at all those enemy icons piling up on top of each other. Like, no thanks. Although, you know what? Actually. Beautiful. They actually drop ore, which is interesting. Which we could convert to other materials. So I guess if we needed that for our raft, we just got a whole ton of material. So yeah, unfortunately, that now makes 2 treasure chests in the game where it's on the indicator that they're missing. I like that when I tumble in the air, Sahad just starts doing the running animation afterwards. Like he just really wants to go, chat.
Finally relax.
Okay. The more important thing is we got the exploration out of the way. So is there any place other than the underwater area which we can't go to still that has not 100%ed at this point? I mean, we might have to recheck the night explorations, but I'm pretty sure we got 100% elsewhere. So now we're up to 19 people. 24 is the last one needed for that, and we need 20 in order to get the White Sand Cape. We are so close, chat. Yeah, I think otherwise we've explored just about everything. So I guess we'll end the stream by just upgrading our equipment one last time. We'll check the quest board. Yeah, we just have the iron ore times 10, which there's absolutely no way we don't have it after that massacre. Like, I know we spent all of our iron ore, but we just killed like 60 ants. So I'm assuming we have it. Sturdy lumber, thick hide, we should have all those. I'm not even going to question it, chat. Wow, this gives him 67 to defense. So he has an even higher defense than Donna, Rakota, and Laxia. What a beast, chat. And he's got the highest health in the game, too. And obviously his attack power is completely off the charts. And keep in mind, we put on the bandit gloves so that we got more items. Like, he could still get the poison gloves, and that would put him at the 2nd highest defense in the party, even with Adol's many elixirs. So unfair, chat. I forgot to see, were there new outfits we could buy from here? Not really. I was kind of hoping we would have better tailor gear, so maybe we will get the other tailor really, really soon. Because having like a 15 or 20% evade might be better than the raw strength we're going for, honestly.
How can I help you today?
But I think what we should try to do is maybe increase Adol's damage. Ooh, we only have enough for 1 upgrade, but hey, it gives him another defense point, so that works.
All right, finished. Is that it?
So we need more ore. So I don't want to burn all of our iron ore, but let's double check.
Take your time.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I think we needed 20, right, chat? So I can afford to get rid of 2 more.
See you later.
So there we go. Let's make Adol even stronger, chat.
Try upgrade.
It's looking pretty good, although we're out of sparkling mucus, it seems.
Leave it to me. All right, finished.
So again, in theory, we should be fine. Oof. Sorry, Hummel and Rakota. I'm more likely to level Laxia at this point. I just like her hit stun move more than Hummel's. And again, they have similar ranges, even though he has a gun, which is like a big question mark moment. But I think at this point it's safe to say that we are well on our way to completing this chapter. Oops, I got almost all the way up to my safety save from a long time ago. But we don't need that anymore. So let me save over this save. I think it is safe to say that we made a lot of progress today. We cleared a chapter. We did every single side quest that was available so far in Chapter 5. We have max approval for several characters. And it looks like we need 5 more people. And we will be done collecting all the castaways. Because presumably, chat, that 24-man dig site is for the true ending, I would imagine. Or something that leads to the true ending. Right? Because presumably, it'll be something like, oh, we found a secret artifact in this particular place which will save Donna. But we can't do it unless we prove ourselves virtuous enough. So you know, we're pretty close. And again, in theory, if we somehow get 24 before we get double jump, we already know we could just fly upwards and ignore the double jump. So yeah, we got to see more Sahad flight. I was kind of sad, you know, we hadn't seen it in a while, but Sahad basically just taunted his way across the entire chasm to go get that one treasure chest, and we will never learn how to do that normally because we already did it. So I think what I'll try to do is I will try to figure out where that last treasure chest is, and we'll attain it on stream, I think, for next time. And I think that's about it in terms of goals. I think maybe we'll hand in the main quest and continue, because we can't do anything else with the ape. I mean, we saw Sahad got the super punch, which is like, why even bother with other character moves at this point? So why even bother, chat? He has everything. He's got max range, then he's got AoE clear, he has a boss kill move, he's got like infinite flight. It's just perfect. His damage keeps going up the more we explore with our side quests. I mean, it was like he's almost at like 70 to all stats, which is double the next highest thing we can give. So we completely eliminate his penalty of having bad defense. Because, you know, why have weakness? Just become a god. It's fine. So again, thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. And hopefully next week we'll just continue on and see how close we get to the end of the game. So thank you again, and have a good day or a good night, depending on your time zone.